You have it? Go ahead. National anthem, please. May we rise? Please be seated. Thank you very much. Once again, you're welcome. This is day 2 of this international symposium, which is being organized, put together by the Center for Physical Transparency and Integrity Watch, together with its partners. Today, we want to kickstart this program by inviting the rapporteur team, the lead of the rapporteur team, to kindly step forward and help us with a recap of day 1. Please put your hands together as we welcome the gentleman to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we start day 2, we thought it will be nice to just redirect our thoughts back to the business of this symposium. And I am privileged to give you a recap of what transpired yesterday, just to put you on track. Yesterday started, interestingly, with the basics. And basically, we were given some introduction and definitions regarding violent organized crime and violent conflict and organized crime, the nexus and the threat to regional security. Professor Onoha was the one that gave the first paper, which was interesting. He gave us a strategic overview of the issue through what he called an epistemic context and framing, where he says where he put the lay of the land for organized crime to thrive is provided by the conflicts as drivers and enablers of organized crime. And he recommended a scholar-practitioner dialogue as one of the means of achieving solutions to the problems of organized crime. Specifically, the prof and the panelists wanted us to look at ways of ensuring a marriage between the field and the class solely as a function of capacity building and training of practitioners. This was echoed throughout the session by various speakers through their recommendations such as data collection and collation, effective community collaboration, accountability and responsibility of actors, and the use of the media to check the responsible and accountable actors. The second paper, which was delivered by AIG Umar Garba, retired from the Interpol, was on the nexus between drugs, arms, and human trafficking within the Gulf region and how they play into the organized crime arena. These providers the paper provides us with a geographical and geopolitical context within which the Gulf of Guinea attracts crime, and particularly organized crime. And both presenter and panelists agreed that a whole society approach to organized crime or to tackling organized crime is what is required. The issue of tackling organized crime within the Gulf region is actually to ensure maritime safety, specifically recommendations towards cooperation, interagency and intra-agency, development of databases, capacity building is what the panelist and speaker recommends, or they said is required. However, a caution was hinted that without the moral and political will of the populace or of accountable leaders, the maritime safety within the Gulf region will be a vital fleeting illusion to be pursued, but probably will never be attained. At the end of that paper, Dr. Mukhtar Bello took us through the wall of cyber crime, where he said that cyber crime can be looked at from two perspectives: cyber enablers of crime and cyber aiders of crime. While he called for a distinction between these two, both the presenter and the panelists drew our attention to the issue of data collection, again, to aid investigations, trusts, and confidence issues as they relate to the data and our IT systems, and our IT system security, and the need to invest more in analytics as a major leverage point for organized crime investigations, as they offer us greater insights through which predictive, prescriptive, and preemptive ways would be open for us for a proactive approach to fighting organized crime. The day came to an end with Dr. Buno's paper on financial crimes as enablers of organized crime. This was where the doctor showed us the symbiotic relationship between financial crimes and organized crimes, which brought to the open and showed us clearly between the presenter and the panelists that the fact remains that organized crime will continue to thrive when we do not remove the enabler, which is the financial crime that makes organized crime thrive. So they suggested or recommended that we need to deal with the fundamental issue of fighting financial crime, which is the fuel that supports organized crime. They recommended that we should take care of issues related to the compliance, to our compliance with the FATF recommendations, which tackles both predicate offenses and the offenses of money laundering and terrorism by us, promulgated by the FATF. This, in addition to the issue of simplifying and clarifying our laws to be devoid of ambiguity, such that the ordinary citizenry will understand what it means when we talk about fighting financial crimes. So according to the presenter and the panelists, what is missing in the compliance to the FATF recommendation, one of the things that is missing is the inability of the ordinary citizen to understand what the English jargon of the FATF is. So someone is recommending that we need to look at how best to simplify these laws to make them much more understandable to the ordinary person on the street. And as we get for today's program, I believe that this will come into play when we look at broader issues relating to the violence and the sustenance of violent groups, issues related to human trafficking and illegal migration, the dynamics of crude oil theft and economic crime to a complex organized crime, issues related to environmental crimes and the threat to national and regional security, and drug crimes simpliciter, where we will be looking at the transmission, use, the production, transmission, and use of drugs within the West African sub-region, solely driven by the organized criminal network. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this gives you a direction of where we are heading to today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team lead of the rapporteurs. If you recall from yesterday's program, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. Solomon, sorry. That's a former. Anyway, the IGP was inspected yesterday and actually had a goodwill message for us, but due to the nature of the work, they were unable to make it. This morning, we're pleased that they've been able to create time and join us. We know how the police work is, and we totally understand that the exigencies of work can really distract them from even commitments they already made. But this morning, I'm glad to announce that the representative of the IGP, in the person of AIG Uday Stanley, has joined us. Please welcome him with a round of applause. And I will at this time invite him to please come forward and present the IGP's goodwill message. Our intention is to start this program at 10. So AIG Uday Stanley, please come forward. We have 5 minutes for you to present the goodwill message. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Great to see you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our apologies for not making it yesterday. I sincerely appreciate the organizers of this program for still giving us a room. It had been the desire of the Inspector General of Police to be a good part of this program, and both serving and retired police officers are with you in the fight against organized crime in the nation, in the region, and globally. I wouldn't take too much time to introduce myself. Currently, I'm the Deputy Head of the National Central Bureau of Interpol under the Force Criminal Investigations Department at the Force Headquarters, Abuja. I represent the Inspector General of Police to present this goodwill message. And so when you hear the I, it's not myself, AIG, is the Inspector General of Police. I'm speaking on his behalf. So I want to appreciate the presence of the distinguished gentlemen, the panelists, my other service colleagues. I appreciate the presence of the representatives from the different agencies that are here, the security and law enforcement agencies, and our future leaders. I see many of them in khaki, but the khaki is tinged with white. I appreciate your presence, and I appreciate the active participation of the CSOs. We all will need to work together for a safe, a secure environment for development and peace. I count it special privilege and honor to present this goodwill message in this August meeting on behalf of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olukayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD, NPM, who could have loved to be here in person, but is constrained by some other national assignments. The theme of this all-important symposium, Building Resilient Institutions to Counter Emerging Threats, is very apt. The objective of meeting, which is to bring together key stakeholders for the security, governance, and civil society and academia to brainstorm and make recommendations towards tackling transnational organized crime in Africa, is very timely. Crime, and more interestingly, organized crime, destabilizes society and works counter to the development efforts of government. It destroys the confidence of citizens to engage in legitimate productive ventures and to comfortably enjoy the fruits of their labor. The activities of transnational organized criminals erode investor confidence in the economies of sub-Saharan African countries. This has explained the low foreign direct investments that we experience in many economies in the region, despite very vast economic potentials. Over the years, government had then placed measures to tackle these emerging and growing menace of transnational organized crimes, which has manifested in mafia-like groups. And in our region, the West African region, we have a designation of the West African organized criminal groups. They engage in drug trafficking, in arms trafficking in persons, in online frauds, in money laundering, amongst other illicit activities. The Nigeria Police, as the lead law enforcement agency in the country, has been working with sister agencies to combat these organized criminal activities. Our partnership also extends to other police forces and international organizations like Interpol, the International Criminal Police Organization, the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, and other UN agencies that are working towards fighting criminals and denying them safe havens, and also to prevent them from enjoying the proceeds of their illicit activities. We want to assure all that the police, under my watch, that's IGP's watch, will continue to deploy all resources, both technical and human, to ensure that our society is safe for all citizens and residents. I want to sincerely appreciate the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Integrity Watch and the supporting partners for packaging this laudable initiative, and wish all participants in this symposium very rich and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodwill message from the Acting Inspector General of Police, and we're really grateful that you could make it. I'd like to invite the Executive Director, Center for Fiscal Transparency and Integrity Watch, Umar Yakubu, to come forward and present the CASPA analytics. Umar Yakubu, please. Welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you. Okay. Okay, great. So he's going to be doing a presentation from the right side, my right side of the hall, because he needs to do a presentation. He needs internet access. So.
And put this screen. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. This is one of the things we presented yesterday, the CASPA Analytics. It's a crime mapping tool that shows where we sourced information from open sources to map out where crimes have taken place, where they have occurred, and where for the purpose of prevention. So if you just simply go to cocpng.org, cocpng.org, that's the website, you see all the data here. For example, this first graph shows the yearly crime incidences by type, When you come down here, you see all the crimes it has mapped out from different sources as reported by competent authorities in the public domain. The next one is the monthly crime incidences by location, where you see all the relevant data here. You can even click here and select a particular type of crime. For example, kidnapping, abduction. If you click, it will display the data that has been sourced there. The next one is the weekly crime data. This is for week 37 of 2023. You can see it's low. Then, of course, the yearly crime incidences by geographical location, which is what you see here. You can select, come here to select any crime you choose to, and it will display. You know, it just changed now. This according to regions. Then, of course, this one displays the common geographic distribution of common crimes according to the state's level. So this is where you get that data from. So every data is here. You can play with it. This is mainly for researchers, for students, and for youth corpers that are interested on crime data. But it's important to know that whatever you see here is from open source information. There's a lot of data with the law enforcement agencies that you don't get to see here, and you not get here. You will not see it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Umar Yakubu. We want to actually move with a bit of speed this morning and cover lost ground. So without much ado, we are going to move into the next session, session five, with the topic terrorism, terror financing, and organized crime in Africa. What nexus? So what's the nexus between terrorism, terror financing, and organized crime in Africa? And the panel is made up of the following. So if I call your department and you're representing, kindly do us the honor to just come up here and take a seat. I start with the Department of State Services. Is the representative here? The panelists? Thank you very much. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Panelists here? EFCC? Thank you very much. Please come to the stage. I know that we're expecting Brigadier General Hanafi Saad. Has he arrived? He's online. Okay, yes, that's true. You mentioned that to me. So we have Brigadier General Hanafi Saad, who is joining the panel online. I'm sure my colleagues in the technical section have connected with him already. And then Ibrahim Adeyemi of Humangle Media. Is he here? Ibrahim Adeyemi, are you here? Okay, thank you very much. And a panelist from Savannah Center for Diplomacy, Democracy, and Development. Are you here? Not yet here, right? Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. Finally, the chairman for this occasion, for this panel, is Professor Freedom Onuoha. Yeah? Ah, okay. Are they're here? Okay, Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit. Are you here? Thank you. We'll have to grab a seat, sir. Thank you. But we'll still need another chair for the presenter. When he finishes, he needs to sit. So let's arrange to have a chair. Okay, thank you very much. Like I said, the topic is terrorism, terror financing, and organized crime in Africa. What nexus? And the paper presenter is none other than Professor B.F. Okeshola, Please welcome him with a round of applause. Huh? Welcome back, you mean? Oh, it's a ha. Ah. Please give her a round of applause. I told you people yesterday, there is always a woman at the beginning of every good thing. Please, Professor Ikeshola, this sin shall not be counted against me. You're welcome, Prof. Please.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. I hope we are set to the technical team, right? Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I open the session proper, I think it's worth recognizing the presence of the leaders of tomorrow, as you call them. I can see we have enough core members with us. I think it's worth it, and we can appreciate them with a round of applause. So you are most welcome. As you can see, I'm in my traditional attire. And on the basis of that, I think I have to be dictatorial rather than democratic with the management of time. Essentially because I will leave from here straight to the airport. And I would like to effectively conclude today's session myself and not to delegate that responsibility to anyone. So on that note, I would wish to inform our distinguished professor that this session has 1 hour to run. And I'm going to give you 30 minutes to lay out the core essence of our gathering for this 5th session. And thereafter, I'll use the next 25 minutes. I'll be very dictatorial. I'll use the next 25 minutes to harness the thoughts of other panelists to enable us to have at least 5 minutes to get the input from persons from the floor. So my distinguished professor, if you are set, and the traditional entertainment form, your time starts now.
We'll borrow a minute from here. We understand that, sorry, Prof. The Office of the National Security Advisor is here, represented by Adama Belloji. Please, we need him on this stage too. Please welcome him a round of applause. Where is he? Okay, there he comes. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. The chairman of the occasion, please remember we're in a democratic setting, so you should not be dictatorial. Apology for that. As I said, good morning, everyone. All protocol duly observed. The title of my presentation is Terrorism, Terrorist Financing or Terror Financing and Organized Crime in Africa. What nexus? This paper will examine the concepts of terrorism, terrorist, terror financing, the nexus between corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing, government efforts in addressing terrorism, and the way forward. There is no single definition or acceptable definition of terrorism, but I will simply say that terrorism is a resort to violence or threat of violence on the part of a group seeking to accomplish a purpose against constituted authority. Terrorism is one of the greatest challenges to global peace and security in the 21st century. These acts of terrorism have sent many civilians, population, around the world to their early grave. Properties worth millions, billions of nairas or dollars have been destroyed through their activities. We can say that despite the efforts put forward to foster world peace, the world is becoming less secured than some years ago. And many people have been forced to change their lifestyle due to the fear of terror. Terrorism has caused setback to efforts on global peace, security, and unity. At the international level, it has pitched many governments against one another, and at national level, it has made security agents look clueless, incompetent, and ineffective. No matter how you define terrorism, there are certain elements that must be there. One, it contains the element of ideological persuasion that is intended to change the status quo and influence the governments. It becomes an act of terrorism. Once there exists elements of ideological persuasion and to change the status quo, then it is an element of terrorism. In view of the above, some organizations have been tagged terrorist organizations based on their activities all over the world, including Africa and Nigeria in particular. Such organizations include Al-Qaeda Network, Islamic State in Syria, ISIS, we have ISIL, and then we have ISWAP. There are other more. Now, when we talk of terrorism, there are various types, as identified by Nwakama 2023. We have national terrorism. These are activities across national borders or boundaries. Revolutionary terrorism. Here, the activities are aimed at changing the philosophy and ideology of governments. We have the reactionary terrorism. This form of terrorism is aimed at preventing or matching terrorism with terrorism. We have homegrown terrorism, and this can be regarded as domestic terrorism. Their operation, structures, and institutions, they target all this. For example, we can say Boko Haram in Nigeria is a domestic terrorism organization. And this is as a result of their dissatisfaction with the Nigerian governments, and so they target the Nigerian state. We also have cross-border terrorism. This is international terrorism whose activities go beyond one country. This type poses a great threat all over the world. They operate across borders, they are committed, adopt different methods, and also finance other terrorist organizations. Now, what are the motives of these terrorists? One is to produce widespread fear. They always like attention from the media. They harass governments, security forces. They can also destroy facilities, disrupt lines of communication in order to create doubt that the government can provide for and protect its citizens. Their acts also is to discourage foreign investments, tourism, or assistance programs that can affect target country economy and support of the government in power, as it is currently happening in Niger Delta, Nigeria. Their aim also is, or their motive, is to free prisoners. That is, their own organizations that have been arrested in one way or the other, just as we have some cases of jailbreak in Nigeria. Now, who is a terrorist? A terrorist is the person who engages in the act of terrorism. It can be international, it can also be domestic. Terrorist can be an individual, it can also be in groups. So there are different types of terrorists with different names. Terrorists often see their roles as one of martyrs who are ready to sacrifice their lives. Some people, because of the activities of the terrorists, they see or perceive them as suffering from psychological condition known as antisocial personality disorder or psychopathy personality disorder. These terrorists, they lack empathy for the suffering of others. Even though most of them, they are above average in intelligence, They claim they have their own moral developments and they have their own ethics. So looking at this, we can say that for domestic terrorists, they are in three different groups. We have the right wing, the left wing, and then the people-centered. The first one, which is the right wing, they adhere to the principle of racial supremacy and embraces anti-government and regulatory beliefs. They are ready to have a face-down or showdown with the government of the day. So they pile up weapons and food to sustain them while they fight on. The left-wing terrorists, they adhere to a revolutionary socialist doctrine, and their view is to protect against the humanizing effects of capitalism and imperialism. They advocate revolution as a means of transforming the society, and of course we can also cite the example of the Boko Haram in Borno State, Nigeria. Then we have the special interest groups. This group uphold a philosophy that discourages harm to any animal, human or non-human. Now, the activities of ethnic militia and Islamic extremists are issues today in Nigeria and other African countries that resemble terrorism. Their style of attacks, which include vandalization of the nation's important establishments, kidnapping, and even bombing, have similar characteristics with other world terrorist groups. Now, what are the tactics used by these people? They have a wide range of tactics, which include using of explosive, hijacking vehicles carrying hazardous materials, taking hostages, kidnapping, and engaging in assassination. They also ambush security personnel. And in Nigeria, some of the security personnel are fallen victims. May their soul rest in perfect peace. Now, what is terror or terrorist financing? Terrorist financing is the provision or collection of funds with the intention to be used to carry out acts that support terrorists or terrorist organizations. According to GIABA 2022, terrorist financing refers to financing of terrorist acts. It may be individual terrorists or terrorist organizations. It can involve in the provision, they raise funds for legitimate sources, such as personal donations and profits from businesses and charities, as well as criminal sources, such as drug trafficking, smuggling of weapons and other goods, fraud, abduction, and extortion. The latest of these threats is the cyber terrorism. Is a new form of threats, and it provides terrorists opportunity to disrupt or destroy networks and computers. The result is interruption of key government or business-related activities. Terrorists use proceeds from drug trafficking, kidnapping, weapon trafficking to finance their activities. Source of terrorist funding are diverse. It can be legitimate and it can be illegitimate. The legitimate have to come from the benefactors. Profit they realize, people sponsor them. While the illegal one is where they traffic money realized or proceeds from drug trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking, etc. Now, what are the motives? One of the motives behind terrorist financing is ideological rather than profit seeking, which is generally the motivation of most crimes associated with money laundering. The purpose of terror or terrorist financing is not to hide illegal money, but to suppress a population or state through violence and coercion, and raise funds to finance criminal acts. Some major reasons fueling terrorism in Africa is induced by religious or economic considerations. While some terrorists involved in terrorism as a divine act, others see it as a means of transforming their economic conditions. Terrorists could be seen differently depending on where you are looking at it from. This is why the motive for terrorism is either rightist, leftist, or people-centered. And this is responsible for the popular saying that one person's terrorist is another freedom's fighter. Sources of terror financing. As I said earlier, they use both legitimate sources as well as the illegitimate sources. So money received by these terrorists, they normally pass through terror cells. And terror cells, these are the cells where they now distribute, use to purchase weapons, pay supplies, and logistics to advance the group's goal. So the process of terrorist financing can be seen in 4 different stages. These include collecting, storing, moving, and using the funds. Now, the nexus between terrorist financing and organized crime. Terrorism, corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing all fall under the concept of organized crime. It strives through networking. It is like a web, a chain of activities with each person expected to carry out specific tasks within the group. Therefore, there is a link or relationship between corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing. Now let's look at corruption and terrorist financing, or terror financing. Corruption serves as a catalyst for many criminal activities, including terrorism and its financing. Corruption hinders the promotion of transparency, the security of the people, and their property. Corruption is widespread in Nigeria, for example, not because the people are different from other parts of the world, but because the conditions are right for it. There are many reasons why this is so. 1, the motivation to earn income from among the populace is relatively stronger. 2, increase in poverty level among the populace, low wages, and high rates of unemployment all encourages these acts. In Nigeria, accountability is generally weak. Political competitions and civil liberties are often restricted. Laws and principles of ethics in governments are poorly developed, and the legal institutions charged with enforcing them are ill prepared. The impediments to implementation of anti-money laundering standards include anti-graft agencies being manned by corrupt personnel, some corrupt personnel, not all. Pressure of organized crime forces on enforcement officials, harassment of political opponents by law enforcement agencies, lack of cooperation by banks and other financial institutions in performing what is required by law, perceived high susceptibility of return loot to corruption, or that return money is laundered again. Corruption techniques are largely determined by the prevailing forms of corruption trend. There are various forms and manifestations of corruption that exist both in the public and private sectors. Forms of corruption vary. Corruption may facilitate criminal enterprise, such as drug, trafficking, money laundering, arms dealing, and human trafficking. Now we look at money laundering and terrorist financing. Money laundering is the processing of assets from criminal activities to cover their illegal origins. Terrorist financing raises money to support terrorist activities. Terrorists use money laundering techniques to avoid detection by authorities and to protect the identities of their sponsors and the beneficiaries of the funds. Terrorist financing can be linked to money laundering if criminal proceeds are used to fund terrorist activities. Both money laundering and terrorist financing involve the use of networks to hide or conceal the origin of funds. Their activities can destabilize the economy of any country, be it in Nigeria or Africa as a continent. This act of money laundering and terrorist financing can lead to compromising the integrity of financial institutions, as many of the stolen monies are laundered in the bank or via bureau de change. This enables them to finance terrorist activities. Money laundering and terrorist financing occurs throughout the world, and this is a threat to peace and security. Both money laundering and terror financing diverts resources away from economically and socially productive uses, and this has negative effects on the country's financial institutions. There are similarities in the way money are moved. There are 3 stages in terrorist financing, as mentioned before. It involved raising of funds, moving the funds, and using the funds. Have a look at the nexus between corruption, money laundering, and terror financing. We look at briefly the differences. The main difference between money laundering and terrorist financing is the origin of the funds. Financing terrorism has to do with the collection of capital to carry out terrorist activities. Money laundering is a process used by a criminal to hide his or her illicit funds to appear legal. Now, what are the efforts to curb terrorist financing in Africa or in Nigeria? In Nigeria, I know we have some institutions, specialized institutions such as ICPC, EFCC, NFIU, etc., that are given specific tasks to handle money laundering, corruption, and others. And of recent, the Nigerian legal system has been strengthened with the enactment of Terrorism, that is Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. And terrorism financing offenses include financing terrorist acts, financing terrorist organization, or individual terrorists. All these are contained in the acts. What is the way forward? Nigeria should engage in information exchange with other countries, such as alignment with Interpol, which I believe is ongoing. There is also need for bilateral relationship with sub-regional organizations, such as the International Chiefs of Police Association, ICPA, to get legal assistance in criminal matters and extradition. Policing the sea is a good measure to reduce sabotage of the oil sector, which is the main source of revenue in Nigeria. agencies saddled with responsibility of corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing should be up and doing. They should be disciplined and professional in their conduct. Most importantly, rivalry among agencies should be curtailed so as to achieve the set objectives. There is need for proper reorientation of Nigerians to shun violence and to embrace dialogue in solving teething problems. We also recommend that there is need for improvements in the socio-economic life of the people, and leadership should be by examples. Punitive measures on corrupt practices and value orientation should be emphasized. There is need for independence of enforcement agencies concerning with anti-money laundering. This will go a long way in curbing terrorism and terror financing in Nigeria in particular and Africa in general. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prof, for that very comprehensive presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not attempt to summarize her presentation, but I think if you are very attentive and if you've been here when the panels were being assembled, you will notice that her presentation had virtually touched almost all the agencies that are represented in this panel. She gave a very good understanding and definition of terrorism, gave us an element that drives terrorism in terms of ideology, gave us the motives behind terrorist activities. She highlighted on the tactics being adopted by terrorists. She also elaborated on terrorism financing, which is actually topical in terms of what we have to do today, the motivations of terrorist financing. More importantly, she also elaborated on the sources of terrorist financing, including laying the connection between corruption and terrorist financing, and elaborated on money laundering as well, and then the efforts of the Nigerian government to deal with the problem of terrorist financing. So I think in sum, her presentation have actually justified why we have the kind of persons we have here as panelists. And so I wouldn't know how we want to proceed, but if we're going to manage time effectively, I think to make it more interactive and pointed, I will perhaps give some guidance questions to the panelists so that they can throw more light on the presentation. So I will start in the order we start. I am aware you are from the FCC, and so in the course of the operations of the FCC, can you help us shed more light on how this issue of terrorism financing is playing out in Nigeria, and how your organization have also made some strides in terms of dealing with the problem of terrorist financing?
Thank you very much. And
please, you have 4 minutes.
I want to also thank Prof for such a wonderful presentation. Terrorism financing is a big challenge, not only in Nigeria, it's a global challenge, and that is why a lot of agreements, treaties are being signed by different countries. For the EFCC, we'll be doing quite a lot to stem the tide of terrorism financing. The EFCC as an agency has a full-fledged department which works with the NFIU and other related agencies to monitor movement of funds. Even in the course of our regular investigation, if we have reason to suspect any transaction, we go in depth to look at it, if it is linked with terrorism financing, because the problem of terrorism financing is all over here, as the Prof has enumerated. And we also have the SCUMO. The SCUMO is there to monitor funds from both hoteliers, jewelries, and even cattle dealers, and all manner of transactions, because most of the funds for terrorism financing do not pass through regular financial systems. So we are all there monitoring some of these transactions. Thank you very much.
And that builds on to the next concern. So intelligence is key to intercepting and interdicting this whole processes of terrorist financing. And sitting there from the perspective of the DSS, to what extent do you think your organization has been leveraging intelligence to deal with the whole problem of terrorism financing?
Well, actually, I would like to commend the prof for a paper well delivered, ma. You did a very good job there. Thank you, ma. From my agency perspective, I would first of all like us to appreciate the fact that there is an enabling law creating the DSS. If you look at the National Security Agencies Act of 1986, we have some cardinal responsibility which trickled down to the instrument number 1 of 1999, which leverage and empower the DSS to investigate acts of terrorism across the country. On this note, the DSS, right from inception, before laying a background to my deliberation this morning, I would like you to understand that terrorism itself is just like oxygen is, terrorism financing just like oxygen is to human. Terrorism financing is also cardinal to every operation of every terrorist group. They see it very imperative, very important to their activities. And as Prof rightly mentioned, it is driven by several issues: ideology, belief, and pecuniary motive, of course. From my agency's perspective, given our enabling law, let me go down to that. Intelligence is key. These are basic things that we do on our daily basis. And as such, on daily basis, the agency churn out intelligence in this direction. And given our role, as an agency, I remember some years back when I was enlisted into the service, I was taught something about threat to national security dimension. And terrorism was very key. I was like imagining terrorism in our era, in our society, how, when. But unfortunately, we found ourselves experiencing it. We were in the field, we saw it. We saw how people were blowing themselves up. And that onus lies on the agency to salvage the situation. A lot has been done in that. We have, at many points in time, detect, prevent, and even mitigate a lot of them. Although you see some at the face of the newspaper, some you may not know about. Lastly, I want to also tell you that a lot is ongoing. Aside the intelligence, a lot of agencies here are aware. We disseminate intelligence to various agencies, especially the military on the field, and the police and other security agencies. We share intelligence with them. The mitigating factor, which I want to emphasize on, is the sanctions committee. The sanctions committee is now key to our responsibility. In this committee, a lot is being done, which a lot of people may not be aware of. Secondly, or lastly, I want to mention the issue of, there's a unit called the RIFU, which is Regional Intelligence Fusion Unit. It's also key. A lot is being done in that perspective. So we'll continue to appeal to each and every one of us, assist the law enforcement agencies with information, and we'll do our best in curtailing the threat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. I would like to crave the indulgence of the technical team to get General Hanafi Sahad on standby, so that as soon as I'm done with Adeyemi, is he on already? Okay, good. Since General is on, and I think, General, if you can hear us, I would like you to build on the comment just made by the DSS representative, reflecting on how they are sharing intelligence with those of you who are on the field. With your experience, sir, could you give us an idea of how this has played out in terms of the effort of the military to deal with terrorism, particularly in the context of activities that fund these terror groups in Nigeria? Thank you, sir. I will give you 5 minutes.
Have you taken me out of terrorism financing? You want me to talk about terrorism, or I should restrict myself to terrorism?
No, please, we will appreciate if you can. We will appreciate if you can limit your intervention on terrorism financing, perhaps also leveraging from your field experiences.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this very important discourse. The Nigerian military has been involved in the fight against terrorism right from when it manifested with the Taliban, well, first and foremost with Metasini in the 80s in Kano, and then with the Taliban in Adamawa, and subsequently with Boko Haram when it reared its head. So they have been where the rubber hits the road. They are the ones that have been engaged in trying to restore and maintain peace, so that other security agencies could go discharge their responsibilities. And so that has put the Nigerian military in the forefront of the fight against terrorism. However, the instruments for fighting for countering the financial aspect of terrorism actually rests with the other agencies. So what the military does is, whenever it comes across such intelligence or information, once it processes it, it will pass it over to the relevant agency or NGA to deal with it. Having said that, let me just add here that terrorist financing is one of the most difficult aspects of countering terrorism to address because of its innocuous nature. Things are done in the dark. You discover that even personal finances, people tend to hide them from even their spouses and their friends, not to mention an act that is criminal. So everything is done in the dark, and a lot of things are given a seemingly legitimate front. So you have to dig deep in order to be able to identify the linkages. Let me quickly say that terrorist financing is the center of gravity of terrorism. There's an adage that says, follow the money trail. Follow the money trail. Once you can identify the money trail and start any terrorist organization of its funding, then you are more than halfway towards countering terrorism. And let me give us an idea, for instance, about why do terrorist organizations need funds? They need them to conduct operations. This conduct of operation is both operational requirements and logistical requirements. They also need them to maintain their cells and enlarge their cadres. They need terrorist financing to maintain their infrastructure. They need it for training and travel. They need it to build false identities and procure false documentation. There's no terrorist who goes around using his real identity. And that's why for Boko Haram, you find Abu Sa'ad, Abu Hanifa, Abu Sadiq. What they do is they just create names of alleged kids and use them. And you can find somebody having 3 or 4 aliases. Let's look at a practical example of the 9/11 attacks. What were funds needed for? They were needed to buy airline tickets. They were needed to purchase knives, travel costs to US and US accommodation, living costs flight training and reconnaissance practice. Apart from the training, the flight training, which was quite exorbitant, every other thing that was financed is something that any other student will have done. Now, so this can be likened to all the other attacks, terrorist attacks that have taken place on the African soil. For instance, the USS Cole attack in Yemen by Al-Qaeda, U.S. Embassy in Kenya and Tanzania by Al-Qaeda, and then also the UN building and the Kumasi House in Abuja by Boko Haram. It might interest you to know that based on investigation and credible evidence, it cost Al-Qaeda between $400,000 to $500,000 US spent over a period of 2 years for them to conduct the 9/11 attacks. And this is consistent with the importance of the project, and it was solely financed by Al-Qaeda. And Khalid Sheikh Mohammed provided the 19
could you just round up? Could you just round up your thoughts, please?
Yeah, I'll round up. He provided the 19 operatives with nearly all of the money needed to travel and to live in the US through wire transfers and cash payments. And the CIA actually estimates that before 9/11, Al-Qaeda actually spent about $30 million per annum to conduct their operations. So why is terrorist financing difficult to identify? If you look at the global money market as at that time, the global money market was about $3 trillion.
General, please,
so
I'm afraid.
when you are looking for a 30, please let me just make this point. When we are looking for a $30 million,
I have four persons to still intervene.
How do you identify the $3 trillion global market? Then how do you also identify 400 to 500,000 that was spent in a period of 2 years? So terrorist financing is very, very
General, please, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. We still want to hear from others. So thank you so very much, and I'm afraid I have to stop you there. So sorry about that. Now turning to you, Adeyemi, you sit outside the space these officers sit, a space that is, marked by freedom, so you can roam around. Give us a sense of how you have seen and understood, terrorism financing in Nigeria, particularly from the angle of your organization, which is Humango, that has a lot of footprints tracking some of these issues in the Northeast. And of course, you can elaborate more in terms of experiences elsewhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. First, I'm so happy to be among important stakeholders when it comes to terrorism and terrorist financing, especially people that are supposed to track terrorist financing in Nigeria. And I mean, it's a great work that they have been doing, but I think a lot needs to be improved. At Humango, we focus mostly on the human impact of terrorism in Nigeria and terrorist financing. So we cannot talk about terrorism without talking about terrorist financing. And for example, the last 4 years, I personally have focused on, documenting terrorist financing in Nigeria. Last year, I did a multi-part investigation about the new finance schemes of terrorists, especially in the Northwest. A lot of things, we've spoken about arms trafficking, we've spoken about drug trafficking, but we are not talking about how terrorists are actually dominating ungoverned spaces and how terrorists are imposing illegal taxes, making multi-millions of naira, from the people they are terrorizing. And the government appears to be helpless. The people now even, rely and believe in the terrorists more than the government. If the terrorist gives an order, they would rather listen to the terrorists than the government agencies. You will see the people even commercializing information dissemination to terrorists. They are the ones informing terrorists that soldiers are coming. That because if they don't do it, the terrorists will fall back to them. Another thing that we are not talking about is how terrorists are even grabbing lands. Engaging in illicit farming, making multi-millions of naira from farming. They will grab land from citizens. They will farm on the land, and they will say ask citizens to farm on this land, force them to work on the farm, then gather the proceeds and use it to fund their own activities. We are not talking about all these things. In January, the CBN imposed the cashless policy in Nigeria to tackle terrorist financing and money laundering and all that. But we find out that in the northwest and some part of the country, terrorism still continues despite this withdrawal of cash from circulation. A lot of people were paying ransom with gold, with cattle, with a lot of stuff, and this thing still did not stop. So I think at one angle we focus more on the things that people are not talking about, the things that our attentions are not there. We are just, it's like we leave the most important things and we are talking about the things that are not really, that are archaic or not relevant at the moment. These terrorists are also diversifying their methods of generating income. They know you are tracking them. They know they can't have bank accounts. They know they can't do a lot of things. So they are using other methods. You know, why you think they are still here? They are already there. So why you think they are still focus on kidnapping for ransom? They are moved elsewhere. They are thinking of something. They are strategizing, and we are there talking about something else. So I think what we should do is to improve our intelligence gathering a lot, and to also improve our internal security. And that is what our reports do at Tubanangu, to ensure that security agencies know what is actually on the ground. Because we are actually on the ground, we follow the issues. I hardly spend 1 month in Abuja without being in the northeast or northwest to know the things that are happening on the ground. So that's it.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you, Adeyemi. I think the spontaneous clap does suggest this point you are raising, particularly, adaptability, diversion, and concealment of the tactics. So thank you so very much. I move very quickly to Colonel Retired. You operate from the civil society angle, but then you have a lot of extensive experience working with the military. Combining those two spaces you have then operated, how do you appreciate the enormity of the challenges arising from terror and terror financing? Your thoughts, please. Just 5 minutes at the max.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, let me say that rightly said that terror financing itself is the lifeblood of terrorism. And if you block it, you have done 60 to 70% of the job. What I'm therefore saying is that non-kinetic approach to fighting terrorism is key, is very, very crucial. And we must focus on this question of non-kinetic approach. The second point I want to make is that agencies, including international agencies, focus too much, like the last speaker said, on the radar. They've created a radar and they are watching the radar. But the terrorists have gone below the radar. They are operating below the radar. And what do I mean by operating below the radar? It means, for example, their cells are independent. So you cannot find a network that communication is operating and security agencies are watching in a radar, the network going on here and there. No, they have become so independent and localized that they generate their own funds locally, like the last speaker has said. And how do they do it? It's very, very simple. As a matter of fact, in this country, our economy is still informal, basically informal. A lot of transactions go on outside the books. And once you have that, you are going to have challenges in tracking them. And most importantly, and I must say this, we have neglected identity, citizen identity. You can operate in this country, spend a lot of money without footprint. You can travel everywhere without footprint and spend all the money. And most importantly, this money is generated locally, like has been said. And in the military parlance, we call it scorched earth. Scorched earth means go there to the ground, get whatever you can get on the ground, and use it to promote your objective. And I think that is what is going on in this country. And we must look below the radar now, rather than fixing our attention to radar. A lot of organizations, Nigeria belongs to many of them, and yet the speaker talked about GIABA. talk about, all the international organizations and so on and so forth. But all of them are still focused on the radar rather than below the radar. And these terrorists have gone below the radar. And this way, I think we should be focusing our attention on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. I so much like that expression of operating below the radar. So perhaps we might need to adjust the where we are facing the radar, and including expanding the capacity. Then if we must expand the capacity, I think it leads us logically to the next person, which if I get your designation correctly, you work with the National Financial Intelligence Unit, which is more or less focusing on the way money is moving. Am I correct? So if I am correct, sitting there, can you enlighten us more how you have seen this money moving below the radar? And in terms of whether money is being used, whether house rent as well is now being used to finance terrorism, and how people's money in terms of their bank balance is going up or going down or not moving at all. What are you people seeing from that National Financial Intelligence Unit that could help us appreciate the enormity of the problem we are having in terms of terrorism and terror financing?
Thank you, moderator. I want to begin by thanking Professor Okeshola for that scholarly presentation, and Mr. Adeyemi for that unique perspective you have brought to the discourse. The answer is contained in the details, which Professor had touched on earlier. If we look at the stages of terrorism financing, for example, which she talked about, collection, movement, and expenditure. It is largely said that the TF funds, the funds that are being raised, are outside of the financial system. To an extent, that is correct, because they largely operate in ungoverned spaces. Most of the activities are informal, fine. These monies are raised largely in cash. But it does not end there. Based on the perspective of an analyst, it does not end there. We have seen that there is a constant interaction between the money that is raised, that is cash, and the financial system during the course of moving the funds. All right. It is either moving the funds physically and passing the funds through the financial institutions, or using the channels that have been created to aid financial transactions. Which is more popular these days? The POS. All right. And that takes us to the country response. What is the country doing? We started by conducting the risk assessment. And this time, we did not just do it, wholly. By conducting a standalone terrorist financing risk assessment to assess the risk of TF in Nigeria. And on the whole, the result of that assessment showed that the TF risk, comprising of the threat we're having from the actors and the vulnerabilities that are contained within our financial system, the risk is very high. All right. We didn't stop there. The country response moved to crafting a strategy to combating, that is the whole of government approach to combating terrorism financing, which led to the National Counterterrorism Financing Strategy of 2023, identifying 4 priority areas of actions that will suit not just government agencies, but the private sector, where Mr. Adeyemi falls in. And that ties directly to priority action 3, where the country made a conscious effort to recognize that there is need for a public-private sector partnership. Priority action 1, for example, dealt with detection, investigation, and prosecution. Action 2 is the supervisors. Okay.
Begin to round up. Just round up. Round
All
up
right.
your thoughts.
I will round up by touching on one of the bits in Professor Okeshola's presentation when she was describing the nexus between money laundering and terrorism financing. All right. Terrorism financing has been recognized in our laws as a predicate crime to money laundering. All right. So any activity that takes place at the raising level, the moving level, or the expenditure level is recognized as money laundering. All right. And in her way forward in response, she identified rightly the importance of information exchange. And that is a priority action in the CFT strategy. And in the case of the FIU, it has been a long-standing tradition that the group of FIUs, our counterpart FIUs that are operating all over the world, over 190, exchange information constantly via a secure platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. And so to the last panelist, but certainly not the least, you operate from the Office of the National Security Advisor, if I'm correct, which means therefore you sit at the center where all these activities are being coordinated. Can you give us a sense of how that office is helping to foster, a whole of government, whole of society approach, to dealing with terrorism and countering terrorism financing in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. First of all, I am glad to be part of this discourse, very important one indeed. I want to say that almost everything has been said, but from the presentation made by the Prof, which is very eloquent and deep, I will tell you anything that is different from what the previous speakers have told you. The Office of the National Security Advisor, it's more or less like a coordinating office. So whatever discussed by other participants. But I would like to digress a bit, and the next between corruption, sin, be realistic in the sense that in this country we have had serious terrorist attacks. I will take one for instance, the attack on the UN building. I was in Newcastle sometimes in 2021 for a training on terrorist financing, and I realized that there is something we don't do here. Just like the person from the Interpol made mention yesterday, that if you look at the database of Interpol, there is no any fingerprint or whatever that has to do with terrorists. That I took note very well. I will ask, does any of you come across any work done on any terrorist activities carried out in Nigeria that the terrorist financing aspect was investigated? Did we look at it? How much do you need in carrying out a terrorist activity? There is a clear distinguishing factor between terrorist financing and money laundering. Yes, it's a slim line, but we have to be very careful and understand how these two things work. When you're talking of money laundering, there is definitely that illegality deposit of crime. The criminal activity must have taken place. The money is dirty and it has to be laundered. But in the case of terrorist financing, completely different. You are dealing with legitimate money. You are dealing with illegitimate money as well. So therefore, Mr. A can use his legitimate money, which does not even look suspicious. It will not fall under the CTR or STR or whatever you think. If you are looking at it on the radar, it is not there. Because this money is something that the ordinary businessman on the streets also spend. So that is one aspect that the law enforcement agencies and security agencies need to look at. But most importantly, what everybody don't want to say, and I will also be very careful, minding the fact that I'm a public servant, still one, and there are things I can't say, is the opportunity that this terrorism creates for everybody, the law enforcement, the military, everybody. I came across a certain case sometimes in 2013, 2014 in Zaria. It's a live case, the bombing that took place in Zaria. Do you know how much the then chairman of the local government made from that bombing? Is a possibility he can even ask for another bombing to happen because it's an opportunity. No, these are real things. People make money from these things. Why are we not discussing this? We need to look at how much is budgeted for everybody to carry out these activities. How much is spent? How much is stolen from it? Are we realistic? Do we have the capacity to stem terrorist financing, banditry, kidnapping, porous border? Yes, we do. If anybody tells you we don't have the capacity, tell him we have. You have the NFIU, excellent presentation. You have the DSS, very well articulated. The EFCC I want to believe, because I have experience from the EFCC, they are better than the FBI and the CIA. Tell it to everybody. Most of the complex 419 cases that FBI celebrates, the EFCC is behind it. So all I'm just trying to say is that we have to be realistic and look at things from both corruption, money laundering, terrorist financing, and the opportunities these things create. Then we should take away the opportunities, and I believe things will get better. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I absolutely appreciated that your political economy of vested interests, that fuels and sustain terrorism. I think there's a lot of issues that we need to unpack. And again, I'm afraid time is not on our side. But sticking to my promise, I'm going to now yield the floor to any member of persons here. I will take one from the right aisle, and then the other from this aisle. Unless otherwise we run shortage of concerns from any of the aisles, then we could revert. But otherwise, I will take one from this side and then one from this side. So if you have any question, comment, suggestion, or input, please, this is the time for you to indicate, and I will yield the floor to you. One. Copper. And those are just the two I will take. Since you already standing up, and then let's give the floor to a woman, then I'll come back to you. You are very close to me. So please, can somebody pass the mic over to her? And please tell us who you are. We know you're a copper, but just tell us who you are by your name. And ask your question, make your comment, or your input.
Thank you very much for that. I'm by the name Opara Rosemary. Serving copper with Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. All right, thank you for this golden opportunity. Please, I have two questions. One is about financial crimes. Currently in Nigeria, we're having serious issue. If it's not coming from the bank steady deduction, it is coming from one of the, let me say, for example, what we are battling now is this financial platform, Patricia. And you can't tell me that these people will come up without any registration, going through the due process, by guiding by law. And at the end of the day, you see citizens crying that our money, we can't withdraw, we can't even access our money, which is not a good idea. Whereas you see some of us facing POS steady deduction, you go do a transaction from POS, the next thing you'll be having series of debit alerts, which is not also a good idea. Then when it comes to security, look at Southeast. Governor will come and tell you, come out on Mondays, but terrorists will tell you, don't come out, sit at home on Monday. And look at the situation of things in Southeast. Nobody comes out on Monday. Businesses, banks, and other things, everybody staying at home, which is not a good idea. Please, on this juncture, that's my question for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I think she raised two important points, and I'm going to come back to you. First has to do with indiscriminate and unaccountable deduction. And the second one, I think, has to do with the problem that we are having in the Southeast. And I think she also mentioned Patricia. I don't know whether that's the name of a woman or actually, but whatever I think is a source of concern for our youth. And so I'm going to get back to that. So you have the floor so that once I harness your thoughts, and then we can go. Thank you. Can someone pass the mic to him, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Brighton Sagwe. I work with the Police Service Commission. My question goes to the last speaker. He said, I'm very interested in that aspect because I belong to that school of thought, but I expect him to provide a solution on how to stop the beneficiary, because he make a very good analysis when he said, look, if the man has his way, he would like another bombing to take place because of the financial benefit. So how do we go from there? What is the way forward? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. While you regurgitate through these questions, the panelists, I want to yield the floor to General. There's an important point he said he wants to make over there, and I was asked to give the floor to him. General Saad?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say two things. How do we measure success in financial crimes? Is it the elimination of kilos in the terror financing systems, or execution of individuals through the courts? Both of legal instruments and financial regulations. It's a degree of compliance with legal instruments and regulations. It is also the growth of FIUs within the Egmont Group, which regulates FIUs worldwide. It's the reduction of terrorist attacks to a more tolerable level. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the amount of money seized or interdicted. You don't measure success in terms of monies collected. The way forward I see is we need to review internal legislation across nations against models. We need to develop terrorist financing profiles through interagency or interministerial case study review. We also need to develop ways to act legally to further disrupt or neutralize terrorist networks and support infrastructures. We need to increase penalties for people involved in terrorist financing. We need to increase control of charities. We also need to set up an international database of cases. And finally, we need to enhance technical assistance coordination. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You, General Saad, my very good panelists, the answer, I hope you got the question from my very good friend. We want to know, now that you people are aware that there is political economy interest behind terror and terror financing, what is the way forward? How do we deal with the problem?
It's just one word. Is to remove the opportunity. And I think the agencies are doing that very well. The prevention rather than enforcement, at least let the opportunity be taken away from those things. It's a complex thing, but I'm sure they will handle it.
Thank you very much. To the question from the core member, I don't know who would wish to address that, but if I don't see willing subscribers, and then I'll use my initiative. So I will leave the question to the panelists, particularly those of you working with the government agencies, regarding inexplicable deductions. The very little that they are getting, somebody is deducting it and the person is not explaining. And we even want to know whether some of these deductions could as well be going to terror financing. So we want your thoughts around those deductions And also the issue of the Patricia. Who is responsible for registering? One minute. Okay, you want to respond? You want to ask question? Okay, you want to control? I will give the floor to you. Okay. So for the panelists first, before I get back to him, any of you, your thoughts on those two concerns?
Before I go to one of the questions raised, the issue of, I want to quickly make this observation, a comment. The issue of terrorism financing is a very critical one, is a very difficult one. I also believe the solution for law enforcement agencies will be political will to address issue of heavily cash-based system. If you will agree with me, before the general election, there was a policy on cashless policy and naira redesign. And this policy, to a very great extent, reduced the level of terrorism acts in Nigeria. Those who were kidnapping and all of that. They couldn't get enough cash. It brings me to what my other colleague there was saying, that they also find a way to get money for themselves. But if we can implement fully this cashless policy, because I know there are several states in Nigeria, particularly in the north, where cashless policy is not actually be fully implemented. So if we have cash reduced in the system, the law enforcement agencies like the EFCC and other agencies will be able to now go through the official ways of monitoring who is moving what. Through the STROs and CTROs, we'll be able to know what they are doing. Then for the question asked by the COPA about deduction, it has to be an investigation being taken out if such case is reported through the bank, because you may not know. We also have a lot of accounts that are being operated now by so many people, which has made the issue of financial crime investigation difficult. Like all these tier 1 and all those tiers of account where people can sit down in their parlors and open account through their phones, you know. So that gives us a lot of concern when we are investigating. Thank you very much.
1 minute, please, if you have just 1 minute.
Actually, I want to talk about, I want to first of all appreciate Mr. Adeyemi for your submission. I wish his submission would have come at the initial stage before we respond. Given the fact that he's coming from the civil society, you know, they have more information. But I want to tell you, and I want to give you a word that all what you said, these are things that investigation has proven. We have seen them, intelligence has proven, and they have been used for action. Though the desired result you expect to see at the facial environment may not be what you are seeing, but a lot is going on that they are not reporting. On opportunity, you agree with me that the facts still remain. If you read through the newspaper, the issue of the train hijack, today there are people that leverage on that opportunity to make a lot of money. Some of them are in court today and prosecution is ongoing. Please, we need your support. Whatever that is coming up, we need your support so that we can do our job properly. Thank you.
Please, you wanted to make an intervention, right? Please pass the mic to him and ask the last person to speak, and then I'll conclude.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to contribute to the concerns of the youth corps when it comes to the deductions from several accounts. Just wanted to inform this gathering that there's a legislation that's coming up to amend the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission that would operate just like the Federal Financial Consumer Protection Bureau in America, where they are specifically focused on the financial consumers in terms of your banks, you take loans, your telecommunications companies, those deductions. In America, in just a short period, they were able to recover about $9 point something billion from institutions who were just sporadically or randomly deducting from your account. So when you're a consumer, a financial consumer, that will empower that body to swing into action. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so very much for that clarification. Again, now I have to sound apologetic rather than dictatorial. I am already running late for my flight, so I have to close this session. On this note, I want to apologize. I had wanted to give the lead paper presenter an opportunity to at least maybe finalize all that has been said. I also want to apologize to the core member if your question about the Southeast has not been addressed. Please hang around and you must see one person or the other who is of these agencies that will answer that question. So on this note, I want to thank each of the panelists for your very incisive, institutionally driven responses, as well as the lead paper presenter or the keynote speaker for your thoughts that laid out this foundation for us to have robust discussion. I think two things come out for me in terms of the two public spaces of the country, the public space and then the government space. I think they say we need the political will for the government to act to deal with this problem. But more importantly also, we as members of the civil society need to cooperate with these institutions to be more effective and robust in their response. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your patience, and I think that my panelists and the speaker deserve a round of applause to appreciate them. Thank you so very much, and see you some other time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Fly. I wish we had a private jet. We'll fly you to wherever you want to go. Well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much. Professor Keshola, we appreciate you. And I think that the COPA has raised an issue that people in a part of the country are concerned about. And I totally agree with the chairman. If there's someone who can help to engage the COPA, to just help her deal with this. I suspect it is a feeling amongst many people. Just over the weekend in Jos, I spoke to a group of 600 young people, and the average age was 25, 30. And I could see that for all of them gathered there, all of them from Jos, the only thing they know since they growing up till today, is the crisis in Jos at 25 years old. We have a particular demographic in this country that's grown up with crisis, and that's all they know. I think that we owe them a duty to give them explanations on how to deal with these tensions. It's a problem. But I'm glad that in spite of all, our law enforcement, security people are giving it their best shot. Perhaps it's not enough, but the last point made by the chairman of the last session actually does make sense. We are all in it together. Those in the public sector and in civil society. Too often we think civil society, it's only the NGOs. Civil society is just about every one of us. And we need to also be up and doing when it comes to information sharing and engaging with law enforcement and security apparatus to help us deal with the various dimensions of our security challenges. So thank you very much. I know you've been seated for quite a bit, so can you just stand up and stretch and then sit? Just stand up. I have a small exercise, but I'm not sure this is the place to do it, which will wake you up for the next session. But maybe we should try it. Maybe we should try my exercise. It just takes a minute, and then, so just stand where you are and put your hands on your waist, and then shake a little bit like this. Just make sure you have space. And then watch me carefully. I am going to spell the letter S with my body. Okay? So you're going to say, well, I'm going to tell you which word to spell. Here I'm going to spell only one letter. You are going to spell a word. So I'm going to spell S. Just watch it. And it's all in capital letters. So this is S. So because we are seated here, we're going to spell Shehu. Shehu in capital letters. 1, 2, 3, go. H. E. H, right? I hope we're all awake now. I didn't want anybody to sleep through the next session, which is very, very important. We're going to be looking at the dynamics of crude oil. Crude oil, our story, our country. The dynamics of crude oil theft from an economic crime to a complex organized crime. This time around, I'll start mentioning who the paper presenter is, because I think that many may have not seen him in person, but if you are a consumer of information online, you do know that he's a prolific. Yesterday I said to him, it's not your writing that is prolific, it is your person that is prolific. I was very happy to meet him. He does a lot of sophisticated thinking, and it speaks to our position as a country. I've always argued that we have fantastic people in this country, and I think that our presenter for today is cut from that chip of the block, you know, of excellence. So I'll introduce him in a bit, but let me just invite our panelists who will be looking at the dynamics of crude oil theft from an economic crime to a complex organized crime. I understand that we have with us Mr. Chile Okoroma. Is he here? Please welcome him with a round of applause. We also have Mr. Ashley Emenike. I'm trying to be very Nigerian in my pronunciation. I hope I got it right, sir. Please, clap him for him, please. Welcome him with a round of applause. And finally, the African Network for Environment and Economic Justice. Is he here? Is he outside? We had hoped that the NNPC, the Midstream Downstream Authority, and the Upstream Regulatory Commission would be here, but we haven't seen them. Not to worry. The chairman was introduced very well by somebody yesterday. I don't know who. I didn't even know he was in the crowd. But the chair for this session is one of the, I'll call him the originators and the people who consolidated the EFCC in its very early stage. Someone suggested yesterday, and I think it's a fact, that the story of the EFCC and how it consolidated and became what it is in the immediate years, and some of that legacy, it's still there today, was made possible by people like Mr. Emmanuel Akomaye. I met him several years ago after his tenure of office. I think it was at the section on business law, I'm not sure, a conference. And believe me, he is well sought after by anybody who knows how loaded he is in terms of his knowledge. I'm glad that Mr. Emmanuel Akomaye is chairing this session. Please welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to the stage. Give him a good round of applause, please. Let's appreciate the people who make our country great. And he's alive to see how things are going around. And so our paper presenter is Dr. Ugoji Egbujo. How many of you have heard of him? Give him a round of applause. You know, I used to think he was one old man until I ran into him yesterday. I'm like, so you are this... Mr. Chairman, here is your paper presenter. Do what you want to do with him. I am only excited to listen to him. My brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. I think we are making good progress. We are transitioning from the conversation around terrorism and terrorist financing to the discussion now on the organized crime as it relates to the theft of crude oil. You will agree with me that it's one problem that has burdened the country for so many decades, and it will appear that as at now, we are still a little bit short of solutions to what appears to be a very intractable and insidious problem. Crude oil theft, with its enormous consequences on our economy, it's something that is worrying to all of us. I think at the opening yesterday, you had the 90 rep reading out statistics which are very humongous. I recall that their report not too long ago estimated that between the period of 2009 and 2021, we lost about $46 billion on account of crude oil theft. So it's very important that we are discussing this topic this morning. I'm happy that the paper presenter is a well-resourced person, and he is going to give us a very wide perspective as to this problem and also offer solutions. The panelists, as you can see, are very eminent in this area. And what I expect to see from all of us at the end of the day is to look probably under the radar rather than above the radar, which has not solved our problems in the last couple of decades. The problem is festering, and we need to do something about it. Probably this is the time. Now the economy is not doing too well, and we need every kobo that the nation requires in order to fund our development. So without waste of time, our paper presenter, Dr. Goji, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
If you can do us a 25 minutes presentation, that would be wonderful. After which our panelists will also have maybe 3 to 5 minutes of intervention, and thereafter also we will have the floor to our audience to make contribution to this very, very important topic. So, you're welcome, Dr. Goji. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All protocols duly observed. It's going to be a sobering lecture because I intend to depart from the format that this place has witnessed since yesterday. I won't stuff you with concepts and terms and definitions because crude oil theft, the story of it, goes to so much to the heart of the matter. The state is weak. Our nation is weak. And because our nation is weak, it's immunocompromised if you treat it as an organism. So you have opportunistic infections. And these are normally infections that live around but can't affect anything. But when the defenses are weak, then even these weak organisms will prove enormous challenges to that being. So I will use a narrative method, and I'm going to spice it with history. You're going to find the data in what I will tell you. You're going to find the connections between crude oil theft. Of course, it's an economic crime. We all know that. And organized crime. But let me just dispatch organized crime. The UN Convention on Transnational Crime gives us a definition we can work with. It says 3 or more persons working together for a period of time, engaged in a criminal activity of a serious nature, defined perhaps by a custodial sentence of about 4 years, and this activity must be to earn financial or material reward. So that definition puts crude oil theft squarely into that remit. So let me move. I'm going to go through an introduction, theft mechanism, the actors, the tractability of the crime, the effort governments have made and failed, factors that perpetuate the crude oil theft, the psychology of the offenders and the philosophy behind what some of the things they do, the impact of crude oil theft, the consequences, their recommendations, and conclusion. So let me just go through an introduction.
which will be like a story. And it sounds like a parody. By 2022, Nigeria was broke and yet losing trillions of dollars to oil thieves. So it hired mercenaries and called them private security contractors, ostensibly to help the military and others look after the crude oil trunk lines. In September 2022, the mercenaries discovered a 4-kilometer pipe inserted into the Trans-Escravos pipeline to divert crude oil. That illegal connection had been in use for 9 years. That illegal connection looped onto the Afremo test line, went all the way to the sea to the Afremo terminal. Afremo ordinarily pumps crude oil to Escravos, so it's not used for export. But here, the thieves diverted crude oil to it to do export. By the way, Afremo lies in the open sea. It's not hidden under the mangrove. It's in the open sea. It's naked. I mean, it's as plain as it can be. The drains had crude. Ordinarily, no tanker should be seen near Afremo. But Afremo test pipes were dripping with crude oil. So the thievery was active and continuing in plain sight of the naked sea. When the scandal broke, the government and security agencies seemed alarmed. They started to run helter-skelter. They wore rain boots, stormed the swamp. The illegal siphon had been in use for 9 years, but they seemed in a hurry. The NNPC vowed to bring the culprits to book. The military vowed to find the thieves and defend the territorial integrity of the country. After 2 months of finger biting and foot and feet stamping, no known arrests were made. None to quench the thirst of the public seeking retribution, the hungry and oppressed public. Then, the office of the NSA came up with an idea. It set up a special investigative panel. That was what they called it. The panel handed a wide license. The panel was handed a wide license to discover the Afremo thieves and all other crude oil thieves, past and present, regardless of status. The terms of reference included explaining the role of the security agencies, foreigners, politicians in oil theft, and recommending sanctions. The panel was supposed to review the security architecture around oil installations and recommend changes. The government gave the panel 6 weeks to submit its report. The government appeared serious and in a hurry. The panel submitted the report in February 2023. The government had 3 months to work on the report before its exit date in May. Did it do anything? Well, I don't know. The new government has a report. Nothing has happened yet. 1 year, 1 whole year after the nation woke up to the earth-shaking scandal, nobody, none that I know, has been arrested. The Trans-Escravos pipe scandal has gone cold. All that happens is daily lamentations of crude oil theft, and we're here to contribute our tears. The private contractors had a point to prove. They had to justify the billions they were getting to do the job of the military and law enforcement. You know, I hesitate to call them private contractors because we know their antecedents. So when you hire a man that has bullied you before to protect you, then you're hiring a mercenary. Yeah, you're hiring a mercenary. And then your future, you have to give your future some thought, right? So let's go on. The mercenaries quickly started pointing accusing fingers at the military and big wigs in Abuja and Lagos. They said the local people who got all the blame. Yes, we always blame the local people. We see the suits, we see those holes, we see those tanks, we see the fires burning, we see all those things happening, and we attribute all the blame to the local people. They are the oil bunkers, they are the thieves. But, and I will quote one of the private contractors, I have to use that name now, Mr. Government, whose name sounds apt. Yeah, I mean, if you hire somebody to protect your jugular, it's your Mr. Government. He was properly named. So Mr. Government thinks that the emphasis has been on the small thieves, and I agree with him. And that he's out to prove to the world that the big thieves are in Abuja and Lagos, are very far from the creeks. And I agree with him. But let's proceed. Soon after Afremo, the mercenaries discovered another illegal conduit, a criminal insertion into the Transfocados pipeline, looped onto an abandoned Ajib line that ran 6 kilometers to an abandoned Ajib platform at sea. I think they should be bringing out those slides so people can appreciate what's happening. The platforms, you can see the platforms that are in naked sea, the pipelines will run very long distances. Again, the pipes were wet with crude oil. That means they were very functional. And the private contractors say the pipes, these ones, had been in use for 3 years. And in any case, that Shell had been informed of that criminality since 3 years ago. And Shell had been informed, and nothing happened. But back to Afremo, if you just Google Afremo, you will see something. A little research on Afremo showed something. In 2017, the Navy arrested a vessel, MT Techne, and 10 persons, 2 Nigerians, 8 foreigners. The vessel had 1,900 metric tons of crude. The authorities then believed the crude was stolen from Afremo because it could only be Afremo. The same terminal, the EFCC charged the suspects to court. I don't know if they've been granted bail, but even if the security agencies were asleep, during the investigation of MT Techne in 2017, they should have alerted themselves to the presence of that criminal loop, which in 2022 September saw the Chief of Defense Staff and the NNPC MD running helter-skelter in the swamp wearing rain boots. He said, my friend. So a vessel was arrested around that place in 2017. The suspects were investigated and charged to court. And then in 2022, 5 years after, that drama, that's why the drama yielded nothing. That drama happened. The public were seduced, were sedated by that drama, so that, the embarrassment, all that shouting, with that drama, they say, something is happening. But it's been September 2022. This is October 2023. Where's the case? The panel has submitted the report. Where's the report? The native man that was here yesterday actually said, and it's public information, that all the recommendations, plus the ones we're discussing here today, they are in that report. All the recommendations to solve crude oil theft are in the report. The report that followed the panel that was instituted at taxpayers' cost to sort out this issue. The report is there. Who's attending to it? Let's move on. The essence of this presentation is to prick your consciences, to paint the picture in bold light for you to see. It's no use coming here, treating this place like a classroom, and you go back with a lot of details and all that. And the problem remains. The youth copper talked about something happening in the Southeast. These are the symptoms of a weak state. That thing happened. What's happening? The private contractors come out and accuse the military of ineptitude, corruption, and all that. And nothing happens. There's no systemic change. There's no cultural change. The same methods are being used. Everything. Let me just go on. The conclusion is easy. And Vice President Osibajo didn't mince words at a conference on crude oil theft at the end of the Buhari administration. This was the administration that came to, to fight corruption, to bring back the war against corruption, to fight disorderliness, to fight crime. At the end of that administration, the Vice President said, without the active criminal participation of critical institutions of state, grand crude theft cannot happen. It can't happen. You and I know that it is not possible. These tankers that come into Afrema and all these places to come and collect oil, some of them, they are 300 meters long. And I tell you, I've run vessels, I've run trucks. I'm into oil, I'm into everything. They call me jack of all trades. I know it. I've observed crude oil theft from close quarters. It's a national disease. A vessel that is as long as 3 times a football field coming into your territorial waters, loitering there, even loitering there. How can it happen? Let's go on. In 2013, President Jonathan had lamented crude oil theft as a particularly Nigerian phenomenon. Then Nigeria was producing about 2.3 million barrels per day. 2.3 million barrels, that's what we were doing in 2012, 2013. 2.3 million. I think our quota then was 2.5. We were losing 150 million barrels per day at that time. At the same time, Indonesia was losing 2,000. We were losing 150,000. They were losing only 2,000. Mexico was losing only 5,000. Mexico, that is crime infested, was losing only 5,000 to 10,000. Nigeria was losing 150,000. Then we were producing 2.3 million. Then, now, those were the good old days. Our rivals in crude oil theft, I've mentioned them, 2 of them, Mexico and Indonesia. They are rivals on the Champions League table of crude oil theft. But you see how far away they are. That title will stay with us for a long time. In 2023, Nigeria produces 1.1 to 1.3. We are producing half of what we are producing in 2012 and 13. That's what we're producing now. That is why we are cap in hands, going from nation to nation, begging for money. And we need money seriously now. We need foreign exchange. Otherwise, this naira will not be resuscitated. And the monies we are begging is the money we are losing to thieves. We are producing 1.1, we are producing 2.3 in 2012. Now, we moved from 1.1, I think in August and September, to about 1.3 last month, and we were clapping. So last year, at some point last year, we were losing 700,000 barrels. That is the entire production of Egypt. That's what we're losing. We were losing 700,000. The current FIRS chairman put the figure then at about $20 billion for last year. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the Minister of Finance was celebrating the imminent arrival of $10 billion to remove the choke. You know, he choke now. To remove the strangulation on our neck. To remove it. But last year, we lost close to $20 billion. I don't want to put that in Naira because you don't even know what it comes to Naira anymore, because Naira does not have any fixed value again. But let's move on. This is in 2023. 40,000 barrels is like 2,000 fully loaded trucks. 2,000 per day. So you can see Tompolo's argument. It doesn't happen in those artisanal refineries in Niger Delta. There's heavy theft going on. When you're losing 700,000 barrels, you're talking about close to 4,000 trucks. It's not possible. It's unimaginable. It's not happening in those creeks. And this is despite improvements in tech monitoring, which should have deterred the theft. This is despite the fast deteriorating economic situation, a country saddled with unbearable debt, which ought to have made any losses absolutely unacceptable to the authorities. The local currency has slumped, like I said before. The backlog of dollar obligations. Yeah, the country's main source of foreign exchange is allowed to be stolen in broad daylight. Our population is growing at about 3% per annum. Youth unemployment has gone off the hinges to over 40%. Bandits have occupied swaths of farmlands and torpedoed our food sufficiency and import substitution efforts with fear. Yet, we lack a sense of urgency. The NNPC brags about a control center which watches the pipelines, platforms, and flow stations. It sees everything. The military is not blind. 2-hour helicopter flight can see most of the things going on. The Navy gunboats patrol the creeks and waters. NIMASA has a deep blue project, wonderful project. Sees everything, has the capacity to respond. On the coast, miles offshore, in real time. Yet, industrial scale crew theft, it's happening in the open. NNPC shares information with security agencies. There's a joint military task force that has been in the region for over a decade. However, NAITI estimates the country's losses, $46 billion, like the chairman said, between 2009 and 2020. Other statistics actually put it far beyond that, $200 billion in the last 30 years. The consequences of crew theft are rife. I'll get to that later on. Crew theft is risky. Explosions, people don't know this. Explosions and fires happen and consume lives while they're doing these things. Many of them die in the process of trying to insert pipes into these lines. The environment is destroyed by oil spills, which damage the flora and fauna, ruining fishing and agriculture, exacerbating all-round joblessness, and encouraging crime. The residue from artisanal refineries damage the land. The soot from indiscriminate cooking of crude oil cause chronic pulmonary problems. The consequences are incalculable. Besides the losses in revenue, what is stolen, vandalization causes crippling shut-ins. Cost of production is consequently high. Foreign oil investments are fleeing, like the youth. And between March 2022 and March 2023, the Trans-Niger pipeline was shut down. Because of that, Nigeria lost 180,000 barrels per day. So some of the losses are not just the theft. Some of the losses are your inability to export when the trunks are broken. They are ruptured. At $80 per barrel per day, on that particular trunk, because we couldn't use it, a force majeure was declared. We lost about 2.3 trillion. The Trans-Niger pipeline was damaged by crude oil thieves. That line had 460 illegal connections at the time. 460 illegal connections. That single pipeline was punctured every step of the way. The geography of this crime is known. The hotspots are known. Akasa, Boni, so many places. Everybody knows. Security agencies know. Everybody, even the villagers know. The areas of endemicity are known. The dynamics known. Perpetrators are not ghosts. Yet, we deem it a complex crime. Let me rush through this. MV African Pride was arrested on October 8th. This ship was arrested near Focado's export terminal. It had 11,000 tons of crude oil. It had no documents when it was arrested. After the arrest, it was transferred to naval custody. The 13-man Russian crew were charged in Lagos. On August 10, 2004, MT African Pride disappeared from naval custody. 2 rear admirals subsequently were charged. They were arrested and charged. Court-martialed, that's the word. On interrogation, it was discovered that a rear admiral attempted to release the vessel the very day it was seized. Then 3 weeks after it was seized, this is very important, listen to this. the vessel was moved out of Lagos waters from custody to the high seas, maybe somewhere near Lome or Cotonou. There, the 11,000 tons of crude oil was sold, and in its place, water was pumped into the vessel. I'll come back to this for you. There's a reason this is rampant. Any operator in the industry knows that this is rampant. The Navy captain in charge of the impounded vessel, who was in charge of the custody, pointed accusing fingers at the then chief of naval staff, but the court-martial exonerated the chief. The two rear admirals were demoted to the rank of commodores and dismissed. That was the only punishment that they received. They should have been handed over to the police and prosecuted and then jailed. But it didn't happen. But we even thank Obasanjo's administration, because that was the last time we saw anything like this. That was the last time. Never happened again. I'm not sure it can happen now. It can't happen now. Before MV African prize dust could settle, another vessel, MT Jimo, seized for crude oil theft, disappeared from naval custody. I don't want to go into that story. Let me give you this. NATI reviewed 25 crude oil theft convictions by the EFCC. The convictions involved 103 individuals, 6 companies, and 1 vessel. 35 were sentenced to 2 years imprisonment with options of fines between 50,000 and 100,000 naira. 6 convicts were handed 1-year custodial sentence with options of fine between 100,000 and 1 million naira. 59 convicts were fined just 100,000 naira. Only 1 person got a custodial sentence of 1 year without an option of fine. The 3 companies were fined 500,000 naira. The other 3 companies were fined 1 million naira. The vessel was fined 5 million naira. But these convictions were not even for direct crude oil theft. They are for refined products. Now, MT Mongolia happened recently. Was arrested in 2015. 12 persons were charged by the police, this time the police. 5 years later, the Office of the Attorney General moved for a plea bargain. The suspects came to court. The plea bargain was for fines of 2,000 naira. The judge screamed. The theft, the quantity of product there was about 200 million naira. They were stealing 200 million naira worth of crude oil. They were caught. 5 years later, the Attorney General recommended a plea bargain or fine of 2,000 naira. So, quickly, I don't know how much time I have, but I'll just rush through the other things. I'm sure that you already know where we are. How is crude oil stolen? Taps, fraudulent metering, and illegal allocations. There's hot tapping and there's cold tapping. Hot tapping means you tap into a line, most times they encase it, pump out the water, then crack it open, incise it, put the valve, and they put their own connection. Why they are doing this? They are trying to make sure that the flow station doesn't notice the pressure drop. So this is quite dangerous. And this is what happens sometimes, they get burnt. The hot tapping, the cold tapping happens like this. They use a dynamite and blow the pipe. The pressure drops, pump is switched off. The oil company comes, discovers the rupture, and plans a repair. Before it is repaired, the criminals go at a distal point. They have time this time around. Walk on their own, inside their own pipes, take it to wherever they're going to. These ones are for the big ones. They're for the big ones. So by the time you finish the repairs, theirs is ready. So when you're pumping, there's no pressure fluctuations. Fraudulent metering. People have always suspected that there's something called topping. NMPC, DPR, everybody denies it. So we leave it at that. But there is a panel that was installed in 1991. That panel's report was reviewed by General Olariwaju. General Abiso's report was reviewed by General. Both of them agreed that NMPC was not keeping books, and they agreed that there was some discrepancy in the metering. But the NNPC claims that they have modernized and that they have cleared up all those issues. So we have to believe anyway. Now this one, illegal permits, this is where a vessel comes in to a place it should not come. And then loads like you were permitted to come and load. It happens. If you are close to politicians, you will know that it happens. Politicians, I tell you, politicians sometimes, I won't name names, they raise funds through crude oil, illegal crude oil allocations. And in doing these things, because these things have to pass through the military hierarchy, you send a message, send a wrong message. You send a message, you send a message that what belongs to the country belongs to you. It's your personal property. You're sharing it just like banana. You send a vessel to go and load in the creeks. You pass an instruction that it should be allowed to load. The vessel has no papers. So let's proceed. Who are the actors? Small scale, medium scale, large scale, by now you know them. The artisanal refineries at the base of the pyramid, they're the smallest fries, but they're the most visible. The NNPC said in a pipe spanning 200 kilometers, they found 295 illegal taps. Most of these taps feed artisanal refineries. They've been allowed to mushroom in the last few years. For years, Port Harcourt, if you visited Port Harcourt, you will notice something. It was blanketed by soot. Roofs were black, balconies were blackened, all windows were shut. But for 7 years, the refineries multiplied. The local refineries adapted the native Ogogoro distillation technology and cooked crude. Large holes were dug. When you do the tap, cold or hot, you connect the pipe, run it into hose. Yeah, picture, I don't know, we're not saying the slides. Connect into hose, then you create, I want to see those pictures of the crude oil. Hold on, this is the insertion on the Trans-Escravos pipeline. This is it. This is Trans-Escravos, this big one. This is the criminal insertion. And it's been here for 9 years. By the placement of this alone, you know it's illegal. This is not how to place, this is not how to, you don't divert from this kind of trunks. This is a report done by channels. They visited all the sites. This is it. With NNPC, the military, everybody was involved in this research. This is the trunk, and it lasted 5 years. So, the refineries, no, go to the ones with the, okay, yes, hold on. This is a site of an illegal refinery. So once I just deal with this one straight, the holes that you see are the reservoirs that they use. The tanks are not there. There are some that have the tanks. But you can see that they have barbed all the palm trees. They've destroyed the palm trees. And what you see floating here, the residues, the illegal refining mechanism is crude. So it doesn't take much from the crude oil. And then he leaves the criminal with quite a lot of shit to handle. And then he leaves it there. It damages the land, damages the seas, kills the fishes, kills the crop, damages everything. And this has to be resolved. It has to be sorted out with millions of dollars. This is not easy to clear. How much has he made from the cooked AGO? Nothing. Now, the next group, the militants, serving and retired, they map out the territory. Okay, this is somewhere, I think, in River State. These are the hosts. These are women and children. That's a keke there. This is an active thing. As you talk, we're talking about a drone. This is active. I'll get to this. Local youth, village leaderships, they all cooperate to provide support for this activity. Oil company workers play prominent roles. They provide information on pumping schedules. They help with technical know-how in insertion and piping. You and I cannot do the insertion and piping. It requires technical expertise, and it comes from the oil companies. Rogue elements, not the oil companies, the rogue elements in the oil companies. Security agencies collect passage fees and often harmonize the scheduling. Again, I say rogue element because I was trained by the military. So I have a bias for the military. There are many patriotic men and women in the military, police, and all the forces that we have. But the culture is a problem. The culture. There's a culture of criminality that abides when you are posted to the creeks. You just get there and it overwhelms you. Then you have the retail traders who buy in trucks and barges, who buy crude oil to supply to textile mills and all that as LPFO. The textile mills collect crude oil as LPFO. The bulk traders, both local and foreign, buy in barges and small vessels and transship to bigger vessels, offshore Lomé, Cotonou. These are aggregators. The refineries in the West Coast, Obasanjo was once livid about this, President Obasanjo, and he threatened to shut down the refinery in Ivory Coast. But while he was shutting down the refinery in Ivory Coast, the general manager of the refinery in Ghana was in Lagos here negotiating with traders about to bring crude to Ghana. So foreign traders provide ocean-going vessels to mop up our crude. The bulk of the stolen crude from Nigeria is transported to foreign nations by foreigners using foreign registered vessels to refineries in Europe, and the transactions are facilitated by foreign banks. These are the big ones. These are the ones that we worry about. Because when you shut down the big ones, these small ones will go away. The big ones legitimize the small ones, and I'll get to that. Politicians cooperate with militants for money and votes. There's a cooperation between the politicians and militants for money and votes. The militants in Nigeria wield great influence in electoral outcomes because violence and money have decided results in elections in many parts of Nigeria since 1960. Since 1960. In many parts of Nigeria, you don't have anything like voting. Till today. Anybody from there will attest to this. The intractability of crude oil thefts, I will just rush through this because I've touched it. Every government that has come has established a committee to deal with crude oil theft. We have established legislations. We've tried so many things. We've done derivation. We are doing PIA now. We have done JTF. We've done amnesties. We've done quite a bit. So we try these things and they don't work. And there's a reason why they don't work. We are trying private contractors again. We've tried them before. They didn't work before. Are they working now? Yeah, they worked a little bit now, but they're not going to work. What the government does now is one of these things. You know, because the laws are weak and the system is not good enough to catch and punish thieves. So we've devised this method of just destroying their equipment, trucks, barges, and vessels. You get them, you destroy them. But this is the problem. When you destroy this, you damage evidence. You damage material evidence. And I was going to come back to it. The idea, one of the reasons why convictions have been a little bit difficult when you catch these vessels is that people are interested in the crude oil in the vessel. So if you're interested in the crude oil in the vessel, what happens? You allow, or somehow, the crude oil disappears, and then somebody pumps water to replace it to the volume that it was before. So by the time the convict gets to court, he says he wasn't carrying crude oil. Then you now send people to go and test. Then what you test is water. And that is why this thing started happening, because a lot of the vessels that were coming and coming, they had been caught before. You catch a vessel in 2013, you catch it again in 2015, it's released by a court, you catch it again in 2018. So the government had said, okay, we'll catch it once, we'll destroy it. But these things have other implications. This damages the environment. This is not how to sort out the issue. So let's go on. What are the factors that perpetuate crude oil theft? And I like this. The ownership question is number one. The average artisanal refiner in the creeks doesn't believe he's stealing. When you fight a crime and the offender doesn't feel guilty, and then even if you catch him, he only feels unlucky, you have a problem. Because when you leave him, he's going to do it again. And this feeling that crude oil is the coconut behind their father's house, which is what they say, has some justification. It has some justification. Because they see what's happening in the country. So we'll get to it. Next is poverty and joblessness. So if a man feels that the crude oil is his father's coconut, which is criminal, actually, it's criminal, it's against the laws of the country, then the man is poor and jobless. His conscience is not helped. You don't help his conscience by leaving him in poverty. while his father's coconut is behind him. Then there's marginalization. The average man who comes from even Baramatu, Mr. Government's village, and comes to Abuja, will not go back happy. It is not the fault of the nation. We've given them so much money. The issue is that the money doesn't get to them. I once had an interaction with the director in Shell, who was in terms of community development. They had the same problems. The problem is this. They want to build a clinic. They meet confusion. Everybody throwing wedges on their way. Then they now discover that it is cheaper to give the money to build the clinic to the chiefs and the militants, and they buy peace. But the problem is, you buy the peace for 2 years, and the third year somebody asks you, and NYC from there will ask you, no hospitals here. His fathers and uncles have been eating the money. But if you don't develop the place, the problem continues. We have porous borders. We have weak law enforcement. The courts are suspect. We have a weak state. I've talked about it. The state is weak. It is sharing sovereignty with non-state actors. The state is weak. A private contractor was at the State House talking about how he helps the military to contain insurgencies in Imo, Anambra, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, just listed so many states. It's ridiculous. So crude oil is just a symptom of what's happening. If you had crude oil in Zamfara, it will still be exposed because the state is not in control. Now, this is where I will focus on. Bad leadership, incompetence, corruption, prebendalism. Our problem, I don't want to throw around platitudes here. Our problem is bad leadership. Our leadership recruitment process is weak. This presidential system of government, I don't believe in it. It's good, but it doesn't fit us. We're working with our uncle's shoes. Every 4 years we do elections. What's the outcome? We're recycling the same thing. A lot of what we recycle is just charlatanism. And unfortunately, many of us have been now socialized into praise singing. But where are we headed? Where is the country headed? This country cannot survive on incremental progress where we are now. We've gone too far backwards to rely on incremental progress. We need transformational leadership. The country needs transformational leadership. The politicians must understand this, that the country needs a complete break from the existing traditional political culture. A complete break. If we continue the way we're going, you cannot stop crude oil theft. You cannot delegitimize the misconceptions of the man in the creeks. You can't. The leadership cannot be preaching sacrifice to the poor, and you are duplicating jobs and throwing them around political appointments. A governor somewhere has more than 150 media aides, for something media aides. The presidency now has so many media aides, you don't even know their names. Every time the National Assembly meets, it's talking about their own comfort. There are some things that other politicians and other clients have learned. Positive symbolism. Show us some empathy. Show the people some empathy, which means you might even pretend that you are with them. If you are telling me to tighten my belt, pretend that you are fasting or something. You might be eating in your house. Don't come to my face and be showing me your kitchen where you are turning ogbono soup. Don't. Yes, people can no longer feed. The food inflation has gone haywire. If you cut down on what you do, if you cut down on even the small things, you send the right signal that, okay, look, we're in it together. Just like somebody said, okay, air hostesses, we're expecting turbulence, go and sit down. The air hostess, when you see the air hostess is going to sit down and belt up, you are the passenger, you belt up. If you're still walking around, you feel comfortable. When they belt up, you belt up. Let the politicians belt up so they can send the right message. The presidential system of government that we run is problematic. We need to find a way to decentralize power. Because everybody attributes the blame to Abuja. Look, Niger Delta gets a lot of money. Rivers gets a lot of money. Delta gets a lot of money. Akwa Ibom gets a lot of money. But everybody talks about the presidency. They get a lot of money, and they get a lot of money from NDDC. NDDC has spent trillions upon trillions, and they have a trillion abandoned projects. If you do a study on abandoned projects in this country, you will weep. There is no businessman who will run this country and allow you to have the number of abandoned projects he has. It's pathetic. At every point, they send the wrong signals. If we decentralize power to the regions so that the accountability can shift closer to the people. You're talking about policing. If we allow Baramatu people to police themselves, to police that refinery, and there's physical federalism, the process of accountability and answerability will be improved. This Abuja is an imaginary thing. Most of the state, a lot of money goes to the states, but they're not accounted for. We focus on the presidency. Yes, we should focus because we're not getting the right vibes. But a lot of the issues are happening at the periphery. You cannot cure crude oil theft, no matter what you devise here, if there's no attitudinal change at the highest levels. I've given you the impact of crude oil theft, revenue losses from production, from losses to the theft, from shut-ins, loss of foreign investments. Shell and the rest have divested. They're leaving it to you because the cost of security, the cost of production is too high. And then environmental degradation, land, water spills, residues, compounding unemployment and poverty, public health hazards. That thing that happened in Port Harcourt, the result will come later. You can inhale soot for so long across the population, the child, mothers, fathers, elderly, and think you get away with it. The results will come later. Insecurity proliferating, and this crude oil theft, because of the money that comes from it. We've been listening to that here. It sponsors all kinds of things. Illicit money is the root to so many evils. Illicit money. At the bottom of this is a sense of entitlement, compounded by ignorance and poverty. Let me end. My recommendations, dialogue with all communities aimed at a bottoms-up community development solution, involvement of local communities in security architecture, strict tech monitoring, diligent investigation and prosecution of masterminds, moral rearmament, capacity building for security and law enforcement. These ones they are the general ones. But physical federalism with decentralization of powers to the regions, including policing, loose stakeholder-type parliamentary system of government to amend the leadership recruitment process. This is very important. We need to amend our leadership recruitment process. We can't solve these problems. We can't solve banditry. If we stop blaming Abuja for not being able to solve banditry in the Northwest, if we hand over the problem to that region and we motivate them to solve it, and they see what's happening in the Southwest that is calm and flourishing, and the government is collecting taxes and blossoming. If this kind of healthy rivalry is created between the regions, there will be changes. They will sit down. Most of these problems, the military has said it many times, it cannot be solved by kinetic solutions alone. The politicians must take the lead to find political solutions to this problem. The state is weak. People don't have any allegiance to the state. They have greater allegiance to their tribes and religions than to the state. The state is weak. We have to reform the state by changing our leadership recruitment process. They will tell you that the change starts from you. It's not possible to start from you. You are a critical participant. That's the truth. But it will only start from you when the push comes to shove, and we don't want you to get to that. So let it start from them. Yes, so that it doesn't have to start from you. Okay. Okay, finally, international diplomacy. It's clear here that most of the crude oil goes to the West, to their refineries. The monies flow through their banks. So it's with them. And if they treat crude oil theft like drug trafficking, you know, they're interested in drug trafficking, they're interested in person trafficking, but they're not interested in crude oil theft that much. So if they can change the label and probably call it crude oil trafficking, yes, and then treat it like drug trafficking, it will subside. Yeah, it will subside. They know how to go about these things. But it requires the state to be strong. You can't do international diplomacy when you're a weak state. You can't. Nobody respects you. Because most of your leaders are hypocrites. They know them more than you. They know what they do behind the scenes. So when they talk, they say, oh, they are play acting. They don't take them serious. In conclusion, now I conclude. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Chickens will always come home to roost. Some of our chickens are coming home to roost. But in Igbo land, our ancestors urged us to continue to greet the deaf. So we'll continue to talk, even though we know that we'll finish talking from here and nothing happens. Professor Onoja told me something yesterday. He said that we were probably wasting our time here yesterday because all these things that we do here, nothing might come out of it. But I will hearken to my ancestors who said that I should continue to greet the deaf. I continue to greet the deaf, not that they will hear, but that the gods will bear me witness. I have done my part, and I bear no malice towards them. Thank you very much.
I think that applause signifies the acceptability that Dr. Goji has done justice to this conversation. I think he has struck the right chords in several places, even though with a disturbing conclusion that we will continue to greet the dead. It gave us a very elaborate analysis of the problem of oil theft in the Delta region, the enablers, the factors that enable this problem, or the facilitators, the solutions. I think one striking feature in his presentation, which repeatedly comes up, is that the state is weak. The institutions are weak. And so there is no will to address this problem in a more strategic and fundamental manner. It reminds me of the problem generally in anti-corruption, which also fits in here, that this is a collective action problem. The person whose responsibility is to address a problem is himself a problem. So how do you go from there? To the extent that we have now handed over a problem that should ordinarily be addressed by the security agencies to the private sector. So there is the blame game going on. Reports upon reports, task forces, committees, whose reports are idling away in the shelves, and so on and so forth. But there is a huge problem. You heard the statistics comparing us with countries of supposedly in the same club, Mexico and Indonesia, 2,000 to 5,000 losses as against 700,000 losses. And the bare first thefts that this crude is conveyed by huge tankers of the size of 2 football fields. I think one of the vessels that was recently involved was said to have a capacity of 3 million liters of crude. How can that miss all our security agencies passing through the high seas to our coastal waters and lifting crude? You heard also the dynamics of the TEPs, from the little players to the big players, and the sophistication that is involved from the planning to the execution to the sale and the money laundered, which continues to fund the criminality of the organized criminal activity. So, even though we are speaking to the deaf, we will not stop. Let me turn then to our friend, Mr. Emeneke, to give us a perspective, particularly on the fact that we have institutions of state that are supposed to address this problem, but appear not to be doing the right thing or have failed to do the right thing. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for this, the speaker, for a very elaborate and succinct dissection of the real problems bedeviling this country, which he aptly rendered in a descriptive of crude oil trafficking. Sitting here, I think I feel a bit guilty. Recently, I work with the National Assembly in the Senate with the senator, and my principal is apparently is now the chairman of a just inaugurated joint committee at the National Assembly to investigate the nefarious acts of crude oil theft and identify the people involved. So that's a committee made up of the Senate Committee on Upstream, the Senate Committee on Downstream, the Senate Committee on Gas, the Senate Committee on Host Communities, and the Senate Committee on the Niger Delta Affairs, where we are, where we chair. So, like other speakers have touched, so many panels, so many reports, so many committees. As far back as 2012, there was a task force, 2012 Petroleum Task Force, to look at crude oil theft. In 2019, there was a National Economic Council, an ad hoc committee on crude oil theft, prevention and control in 2019. And as pointed out by the speaker, the Special Investigative Panel on Crude Oil Theft stroke losses in Nigeria, of which report is laying in government tables. So the information is available, and the legislations are there. But maybe I might, when you mentioned very light, like slaps on the wrist, 2,000 naira fine, that could be occasioned by obsolete legislations. I'll just give you a few that are in place. There's what they call the Petroleum Production and Distribution Anti-Sabotage Act 1975. This contains provisions against pipeline vandalization and sabotage. You have another one, 1978, called the Exclusive Economic Zone Act. This one empowers officials to curtail access to the waters around our oil wells. You also have the Crude Oil Transportation and Shipment Regulation of 1984, which measures and seeks to prevent ships and tankers from engaging in authorized loading of crude oil. You have Section 390 of the Nigeria Criminal Code Act C38, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, provides that crude oil theft is an offense punishable, but 3 years imprisonment. And you have Section 1, subsection 17 of the Miscellaneous Offences Act 2004, which prohibits unauthorized sales or distribution of crude oil and stipulates life imprisonment upon conviction. And of course, you have the Armed Forces Act of 2004 that makes it a criminal offense for a person subject to the act as a personnel of the Army, Navy, or Air Force to willfully or maliciously set fire to a vessel. Despite these provisions, like is pointed out, that is still going on, which is literally the destruction of exhibits, and without which the prosecutors cannot get a conviction. So what will this committee do different? The committee is being chaired by Senator Barinada Mpigi, who is also my chairman. And we've decided that we're going to try and veer away from the normal route. One of the things we want to achieve is, we've noticed that there's a lot of, it's an opaque environment. And when you see opacity, you have a lot of hidden activities and actors. You have where laws cannot be followed because you don't know who is doing it. So one of the things we would like to do is to throw light on this whole area of crude oil theft. I cannot say much at this time, but I would assure you that the senator is very determined to make a difference. And then I just mentioned two other things. We're also going to be looking at the foreign collaboration, because the foreign navies have also been, when crude is moving from our waters to Abidjan illegally, they should know that. And then beneficial owners of some of these companies, and of course, even if it's politically exposed persons, their accounts can be looked at. When we know who and who is involved, definitely the NFIUs and the law enforcement and anti-corruption agencies would be able to trace a spike in their incomes. So those are the few things we're going to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Critical to this problem is the fact that there are international players, both in the financial sector and the traders. In 2008, President Yar'Adua of blessed memory had formally requested the UN to declare oil taps from Nigeria as blood oil, just as they had done with the blood diamonds in the Congo and that region. That request went formally to the UN. I think he made that request, if I recall, at the General Assembly in 2008 or so. We can see that nothing probably came out of that formal request. But again, like Dr. Ogoji said, you will only strike the right chord with international diplomacy if your partners see that you yourselves, you are doing the needful domestically. Otherwise, the kind of cooperation you need, you may not get. I will therefore at this stage turn to our colleague who came in after the session has started, the director of CISLAC, Mr. Rafanjani, to give us a perspective as regards this international collaboration, which appears not to have been successful in addressing oil taps from Nigeria so far.
Thank you, and apology for coming late. I was coming from another event. First, let me thank the organizers for bringing this very important conference and also topics. This is because the country is in their need of positive reforms that can deal with the consequences of corruption that has undermined our country. Everyone knows that the oil theft has a lot of repercussion. It has economic repercussion. It has social repercussion. It has also environmental repercussion. And therefore, we must do a lot to deal with this, because the revenue losing is not sustainable. You can actually block those leakages. We all know that the oil theft that we are talking about is not done by small thefts. It is done by big multinational corporations with their collaborators. And therefore, if we are serious and committed to dealing with this matter, I think we should declare a serious national emergency to minimize the cost of oil theft that has seriously depleted our revenue. Nigeria is not able to meet even the oil, the OPEC quota. We are expected to provide certain, amount of oil national market. We are not able to produce that because of the activities of oil theft. Secondly, like the speaker had mentioned, you made some casual arrest and you destroy all the evidences. This is because the people that are behind it are also part of the game. Again, you also deliberate and conscious undermining of our own internal capacity by the state actors, that even the metering, after almost 50 years of oil exploration, metering to today, they cannot beat their chest and tell you what exactly we are producing. Something is wrong. When you look at countries like Iraq, that was even in a war, country like Libya, that is in a war, country like Iran, nobody is even coming to assist them. They have developed the internal capacity to process their crude. In 2016, we were promised by the then Minister of, the President of Nigeria, Buhari, and then his Minister, Akachukwu, that by 2018, we will never import crude or refined oil. As I speak to you, we are not only importing, but it's almost difficult to even import. So something is wrong. There is internal connivance that the elites who have conspired to make life difficult in this country are benefiting. And this, you find them as security agents, because it's slapped on our security agents, Navy, DSS, police, army, name all of them, that this monumental looting and stealing of oil is happening, and they are not able to do anything. Now, before the former bank governor, Sunusi Lamido, left, he actually commissioned a study on the oil theft. It's a very broad and elaborate study done by one of the reputable international organizations, pointing out all those lapses and even the collaborators. The report was given to the Senate at that time. That report was not even discussed. Some couple of years, House of Representatives did the same thing that the National Assembly now want to do on this oil, investigation of the oil theft thing. We gather, put memorandum, brought all sort of credible information that will aid government and the National Assembly. That's never go anywhere. So the problem is not about these researches and all these evidences. They are there, they know them. But the political will to deal with this is where we are lacking. And because of the chicken change
that the multinational corporations are giving to our elites, they will rather continue to lose 95% of what should be coming to Nigeria than the 5% that they will share in to themselves. They glorify that 5% more than the 95% that we are losing. So the 5% is more important to them, for example, than the 95% that we are losing. Something is wrong with our own political elite in this country, because I cannot understand that Nigeria appears to be the only country where oil theft business is a normal thing. No country that is producing oil in this country that has actually adopted or normalized, if you like, formalized oil theft like Nigeria. Because when you say you have arrested or you have discovered or you have arrested and you have not done any punishment, it don't serve as any deterrent, like the kind of sanction and penalty that they are putting, which is a laughable sanction. In fact, it's an incentive for people to commit more crime. Or you steal all the money, then they ask you through one fraudulent plea bargain, you steal 10 billion naira, and then they ask you to bring maybe have a billion naira. Then the rest of the money is legitimate to you. That is how one of the public officials recently who had been caught looting and stealing public money, they did this fraudulent plea bargain. Now he is even a traditional ruler. Just last week, they gave him chieftaincy title. It's an incentive for looting in this country. When people are committing this crime, you must do this thing. Then the other part that I want to just jump quickly now is the international dimension. There must be collaboration and networking, from both state and non-state actors. Nigeria just got judgment on the PNID case, which CISLAC, Transparency International have been, in the last 5 years, have been on it. Because some people fraudulently came, establish a faceless company to get juicy contract. At the end of the day, because of the corruption in the government sector, the Ministry of Justice that is supposed to ensure that Nigerian interest is protected, they did not do anything. At the end of the day, we were fined billions of dollars. It took the intervention of non-state actors like Transparency International and CISLAC, which we documented, that to do international advocacy and campaign, while the government people who were benefiting from such kind of fraudulent lawyer that they hired to do 4-9 case for Nigeria, they were laughing at us, or they are even angry that we are exposing that. But I'm glad, I'm happy that just yesterday or day before yesterday, England, the Court of England had ruled in favor of Nigeria. That's the kind of support that Nigeria should be getting from the partnership and cooperation of non-state actors and even the governmental agencies. Again, lastly, to conclude, sir, the international collaboration that we are looking for, today, courtesy of civil society work, you can no longer carry money to go to England and buy a house. You must disclose the source of that money. This is a struggle waged and done by civil society organizations, even in England. And therefore, Nigeria, for it to overcome the challenges of the oil theft, and for us to be able to, have this oil as an avenue to improve our revenue and do development with the revenue, we need this international partnership and cooperation with both international organizations and local organizations who will be providing them credible information. And I think it is important that National Assembly should rise up, because they are the only ones that we know, because of the diversity there, that they can be able to expose this corruption. And if they don't do that, then we are in trouble, because the executive usually, they will not do anything. They will keep quiet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, as you have heard him speak, the problem still remains. Again and again, in the course of Dr. Goji's lecture, he identified the fact that some collaboration appears to be taking place between certain agents in the security forces that help to facilitate this. And now the problem has been compounded because even the few people that are supposed to be arrested and prosecuted, it's either the prosecution is done haphazardly or light sentences are issued. There is no clear indication as to what assets or monies that have been recovered from such people. Is it a problem of our law? Is it the problem of our courts? Or is it the problem of our lack of appreciating the magnitude of this problem? So, it is still there. May I now turn to Mr. Chile Okoroma Leonard Silk to give us a perspective on the legal impediments, particularly as it is associated with prosecution and recovery of assets, or the lack of evidence, as we have heard that evidence of big vessels containing large quantity of crude is being destroyed. We do not know the logic behind that, but how is that helping, or how is that not helping with bringing even the few perpetrators that have been arrested to book? Mr. Chile, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me first say that I'm yet to be sworn in as a silk, sir. I know Equity Regards has done that which ought to be done. I thank you very much. I thank the paper presenter. It was just an expose. A lot of things were brought to the fore, and a lot of comments have been made, and I keep asking myself, where do I start? What do I say? And let me just, before I go to that, sir, if you permit me, I want to read about involvement of some high-ranking persons in the society in this crude oil theft. I want to refer to an article written by Dr. Felix Agnew. The article is entitled, quote, Illegal Oil Bunkering and Oil Theft in Nigeria, Impact on the National Economy and the Way Forward, unquote. Salas is of the Department of Public Administration, Ahmadu Bello University. He said, quote, in 2001, the Special Security Committee on oil-producing areas set up by Obasanjo's administration to identify those behind the illegal oil bunkering, noted in its report that a major threat of Nigeria's oil industry arises from activities of a cartel or mafia which comprises highly placed and powerful individuals within the society, running a network of agents to steal crude and finished produce from pipelines in the Niger Delta region, and could possibly be enjoying the patronage of some retired or top-serving military and security personnel, political allies of government who benefited from the illicit oil business and have persistently frustrated efforts by the international community to assist Nigeria fight the culprits, unquote. This underscores the whole thing, the political will to fight oil theft. And the question that's been referred to me is, what is the problem in terms of why are people not being thoroughly prosecuted and dissuasive sanctions meted out on them? It cuts across the laws, the institutions involved, and even the courts. Now, talking about the laws, my brother has talked about laws that are weak. These laws are obsolete. We have the Miscellaneous Offences Act. That Miscellaneous Offences Act was enacted in the year 1984. The Petroleum Act was enacted in the year 1969. So this law did not envisage the magnitude or the proportion at which this oil theft is happening now. And we're talking about dynamics. Sorry, the dynamics of crude oil theft from economic to a complex organized crime. So if it has graduated from a mere petty, artisanal refining of crude oil and selling by the local communities or the locals to really a complex organized crime, then the law has to be looked at again to address the weaknesses in the laws. And obviously, the courts cannot go outside the laws, the sanctions provided in the laws. Even though, for instance, Miscellaneous Offences Act, you can say the law calls it life imprisonment. But that life imprisonment is the maximum. The judge can give one year. Depending on the circumstances, can give 3 months, may not even give a life sentence. And we've not had cases where life imprisonment was given. So that is part of it. The laws have to be looked at. And then possibly, maybe it's high time a comprehensive instrument or law is enacted with respect to crude oil theft, to looking at all the dimensions or the ways in which methodology, the ways that the thing is being done, to be able to capture. At least that will help. It may not curb it entirely. It will help at least as much as possible to reduce it to the barest minimum. Now we talk about enforcement, the prosecution of those people, the culprits that are caught. And you discover that most times, who are the people that are caught? Minors, little fries, but the people who are behind them are not seen. It's just like in drug trafficking. It's the mail couriers who are arrested, and they are the ones that are prosecuted. But the barrels behind them, and hardly nothing gets to them. Nothing gets to them. And then the people who are prosecuting, they are not the people who conduct arrests, like economic and financial crimes. These people, the people arrested with vessels arrested, are handed over to them to prosecute. Now, at what time are they handed over? That is what is very fundamental. When you are prosecuting, you look at make sure, particularly if it has to do with something that you should not in any way along the chain compromise the integrity of it. So if somebody is arrested today, and then is kept maybe somewhere, and then maybe before it's handed over to the economic and financial, it takes about 3 months, 1 month, 3 months, or 4 months. Before that time, a lot of water must have passed under the bridge. We have had cases of even maybe by the time now the test, even the doing of the conducting of the test, because you really still have to take the sample of what they are caught to prove that, look, this can constitute crude oil or petroleum product. And then you take to the laboratory for examination. And in taking that crude, there are processes that you must have to go through, that sample. The people you have arrested must be there when it is taken, and they will agree that they are bottled and agree and sign the form that, look, it was taken in their presence. But when when they are put somewhere, and then somebody takes the thing and sends to EFCC and say, go and prosecute, at the end of the day, what do you expect? If you take that person and start prosecuting, you're certainly going to lose the case. So when you hear that EFCC is entering into plea bargain with some of these cases, it's because it's the last resort. Instead of allowing the man to go scot-free, because if you go the whole hog, he will go free. He will go free. So what do we do? I'm an Igbo man. They said, look, instead of your whole cow running away, you catch the tail and hold it and say, I didn't lose the whole cow, I caught the tail. You understand? So that is the last option. And then possibly you have the vessel forfeited and is sold, forfeited to the federal government. So they also have to look at it. We also talk about damaging of destruction of the exhibits. When exhibit is destroyed, crying out loud, what do you expect the prosecutor to do? You did the exhibit. But why the hurry to destroy the exhibits? Why don't you keep the exhibit and make sure it's properly monitored until the time? Because even that time, at times, the judge who is presiding over the case has to go to the locus to look at the vessel. To see, oh, we see this thing was arrested with, let me go to the locus impo and look at the vessel that was arrested. And then the judge comes there, maybe you see a wreck or a burnt vessel, what is the case? The case goes like that. So that is part of it. And then, so you just see that it's a big problem. It's a big problem. I keep wondering, I say, when the paper presenter was presenting his paper, I keep asking, what is the way forward? And he said, you keep speaking to the deaf, maybe greeting the deaf, maybe the deaf will hear. So we'll keep greeting the deaf and say these are where the problems lie. The legislation, review of the legislation, even the strengthening of the law enforcement agencies, and then the political will. The government must talk about attitudinal change. Attitudinal change. There should be demonstrable political will, transparent one, that people will see and know that, look, government, there's a resolve by the government to fight oil theft. And it cannot happen unless the government is prepared to take on the high-profile individuals or persons who are involved in it and use them to set an example. It's by so doing that even others can be dealt with. So that is just the point. And of course, the courts also are involved. The court processes are also slow. They are slow, although efforts have been made to try to remove delays, but they are slow. And some of those ones, they take time. They take time. I will have an example. We have the MT Anuket, the MT Anuket Emerald. MT Anuket Emerald was arrested in EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. And then what did he have? He had 16 persons who are foreigners. They are not Nigerians. And they were arrested, having about only 2,000 metric tons of petroleum product, about 3,000 metric tons of AGO, and then about 2,000 low fuel. They were arrested in the EEZ. And then the first thing, by the time they were charged to court, the first argument was whether EFCC had their consent of the Attorney General to prosecute such foreigners under the Territorial Waters Act. That argument was taken first. And it went to but they were not charged under the Territorial Waters Act. They were charged under the Mysterious Offences Act and then the Petroleum Act for illegal dealing in petroleum products. That's where they were charged. And then when they were under that, first of all, the argument was taken. And it got up to the Court of Appeal. Before that one was dealt with, the Court of Appeal said, yes, EFCC can prosecute, that EFCC Act is a letter law, and then that they can prosecute subject to the overriding power of the Attorney General under Section 174 of the Constitution to take over such proceedings. So that is how, before they went back, had to go back to commence prosecution. But eventually those people were prosecuted, and the jail, I think they got 2 years, and the vessel was forfeited. So you see, but the laws need to be looked at primarily, and then there should be clear and transparent political will to address the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, a confident point to turn to our friend Mr. Ogolo. One of the things which Dr. Ugoji made very clear in the course of his presentation was that he recommended as part of the solutions to change our politics, to decentralize power, and to infuse accountability in the whole process of our oil business, as it were. In the light of the challenge that the same people will look up to address all these problems, some of them are the ones who are involved in the crude oil theft. How are we going to navigate through this problem to be able to utilize the tools that has been suggested for purposes of having a solution to the crude oil theft, particularly when we are talking about the big players? We are not talking of thefts of a few millions of naira. We are talking of thefts involving billions upon billions of naira. How are we going to navigate through all this process? Yes. Ugolo, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank my very good friend who have put us together to organize this very special section. The issue of oil theft is a very serious economic issue. What interests me more is that we have the young generation sitting also in the hall, and the fear is that what will be their future. And just to interrogate the lead presentation, there are two things that came out very clearly. It talks about the culture of impunity. When people do things, nothing happens to them. So what would be the solution? He also went further to say that the problem of this country is leadership. And leadership does not necessarily have to be President Tinubu alone. Leadership at different levels, even in your home. So when you look at these two problems, culture of impunity and leadership problem, who solves the problem? It brings us to the old questions about the relationship between society and the state. And for you to attain liberty or prosperity for the country, either the state is too strong and the people, the citizens, are too weak. So in the case of Nigeria, the lead presenter presented the affordable platform issues as a classical case. And I like to reinforce that classical case of where we are, because it's a phenomenon of the oil cost phenomenon. You will recall that Glencoe, a very top oil commodity firm from Switzerland, in 2019, as one of those companies doing business in Nigeria, compromised key officials in NNPC. And the tune of a bribe of about $23 million was distributed across about 4 or 5 African countries, including the NNPC. And if you recall, right from the time of Obasanjo till today, every president that emerged in Nigeria is the head of NNPC. Is that correct? And if you have gone through the university, you undertake the course of logic. If the president is the head of NNPC and the official of NNPCs are compromised, what is the conclusion? Just like you saw that pipe, you saw the pipe that was presented, how illegal pipes were able to go to legal pipe. So you can see that when you see, so there's a network right from above down. And then the lead speaker also went further to say that there is a relationship between oil theft and the political process. That is, every ruling party in raising fund, they have a network. And if you look at the trajectory of leadership in the Niger Delta region, both those who were former criminals, who have now turned to king, who have now turned to chiefs, who now find their way to Aso Rock. So you can see the legitimacy of criminality in Nigeria. So even hope for those who are honest is no longer there. Young men and women like the coppers cannot have access to job. And so, and people must express themselves. And because the young men and women can no longer have access to job, they have to find a way to have job for themselves. And that's why I see Yahoo is growing every day. That's the reality.
I hope that clapping does not suggest that you are legitimizing alternative sources of livelihood that are not legal.
So, unfortunately, it's like a pastor. The pastor is small church. And this very pastor sleeps with the women in the church. And every day he comes to the podium and tell the people, don't commit adultery, don't sleep with another people's wife. How will the members of the church look at that pastor? That's where we find ourselves in the country. So the complicity, even in our recommendation trying to call on the international community to help us, help will not come from there. They are all involved in business. And the business of oil theft in Nigeria helped to reinforce the capital business in Europe and in America. So they encourage our people. If you look at the trajectory of the money theft, illicit financial flow out of the country, where does it go? It goes to the tax havens and financial system. It helped the financial Europe. It helped the international community. So whether you are able to solve your problem, that brings your problem to you. So what is the way forward? I think the lead presenter did a fantastic job by presenting the landscape of the problem. So the problem solution starts from ourselves, coming to on the understanding that we have only one country. And that this one country that we have, these same characters who are less than 1%, they are from the north, they are from the south, they are from the west, they are from the east. They are brothers and sisters. But they use our religion, they use our tribe to create a sense of confusion. And so when Tinubu is the president, they tell you he's a Yoruba man. So the average Hausa person feels that, oh, I'm being victimized. It's difficult for you to assess where they are going. So we should come to an understanding to build a consensus that do we like what we are seeing today? If we don't like it, what should not be our normal culture? Is resistance, is to create an awareness to our people. But this is pretty difficult. When you look all the instruments to make a change in a society, the media plays a very vital role. But my friends, just pick up the average Nigerian newspaper today. Look all the front page of the story. Do you see the voice of the people? No. Pick the average lead news in all the major television. Do you see the voice of the people? No. So it's a really, we are in a very difficult time. So there is a network, including the ownership of media in Nigeria, is connected to this whole deal. Because how do you run a newspaper without a VAT and you are appearing every day? How do you get money to run the paper? And most journalists working for this newspaper are not paid. They give them ID card. Your ID card is your payment. When you make a man who reports about accountability and transparency in a society, you don't pay him monthly. How do you want him to survive? So, this money you are talking about stealing finds their way into our different pockets. It depends where your bucket is. Hello, did you hear that? And so, in moving forward, there are two things we must put into consideration. That the way the state is currently reconfigured, it cannot provide solution for himself. And the solution relies on the citizens. And the citizens must begin to galvanize themselves, act, build coalitions, build collective actions, and begin to look for an entry point. And it can start in our different villages. It can start from our different towns. It can start from the youth service, because there is corruption everywhere. There's corruption in the church. There's corruption at every square. But it is easy to point finger. But when you look internally, you find out that the problem is a cultural thing. And that's what the lead speaker said. That if you are posted, do you know that as a member of the Ministerial Committee on Asset Disposal, I had the opportunity to move around the country. Do you know that right away inside the creek, military are everywhere, the navy are everywhere? But it will surprise you. How is it possible that oil theft still happen? The reason why it happens is that it's the culture of impunity. Impunity fits into our system. And because our government is also a beneficiary of this impunity, otherwise, you have seen the Niger Delta NDDC, there was a forensic audit of NDDC. Report came out and he indicted key people. And today, some of those key people are now heading the National Assembly. They are now heading the Federal Ministry of Executive. And as we speak today, in Abacha's time, Abacha regime alone, over $4 to $5 billion left this country. And one of the key actors that facilitated the movement of those money is currently a minister in this government. So where do we go? This is the dilemma we face.
Thank you very much. The summary of what it is we need citizens' action. How to galvanize that citizens' action will be probably largely the responsibility of civil society and well-meaning Nigerians to sensitize the public as to the need to stand up to this terrible thing that is going on in the oil and gas sector. I thought I could give one or two questions to the audience, but as you can see, we have eaten deep into the next session's time. So I will crave your indulgence that the lead speaker and the panelists are still within, and you can have more and more interaction with them, either here or elsewhere. But probably to give 1 minute to the paper presenter. If there are other things that have been said in the course of this conversation that still agitate your mind, which you want to bring us to speed, that'll be fine, but just 1 minute, Dr. Goji.
Sorry? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the 1 minute. Here we are. I liked Mr. Chile's intervention. He has quite a lot of experience with the prosecution of many of these people that have been involved in this stuff. And that thing that he mentioned, the time lag between arrest and eventual transfer to the prosecuting agency, which is the EFCC, to reinvestigate and then prosecute. That time lag between the arrest of the vessel and the offenders or the suspects and the transfer to the EFCC is something that we must address. I don't know how that is going to be addressed, because one of the discussants luckily is on the panel trying to reform the laws, I believe, with the Senate. There has to be a way to bring the EFCC in as soon as the arrests are made. Because most of the problems we'll have with respect to bringing people to book is those first few days and 1 week. Because I know how that terrain operates. In 2, 3, 4 days after that arrest, the evidence is tampered with. And once the evidence is tampered with or destroyed, or sometimes destroyed by the state, then the prosecution will be handicapped. I think that's one thing. Then number two, like he said, the laws need to be reformed. The laws have to be sharpened, as it were. You can't be operating with 1969, 1975 laws. The 1975 law about pipeline deals mainly with more with refined products, actually, than a Russian who has a vessel loaded with crude oil offshore Forcados. So you find that our laws have not been sharpened, have not been focused on with respect to the evolution of the crime. So our laws have to come to terms, have to evolve with the crime as the crime is evolving, so that we can now leave it to the prosecution and the judges to see what they can do. But like everyone has said, if the leadership is involved, then there's a major problem. I like what the last discussant said about, because I threw my hands in the air, but he's suggesting some citizen mobilization, coalition forming, and getting involved in politics. Yeah, I think that having this number of youth here is important. We need to get involved in politics. We need to get involved in partisan politics. We don't have to get involved as social media commentators. We need to get involved in the parties that they have formed and new parties. We have to register, join them, and go there and occupy the space. I think that is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is one that I will not recommend. Thank you very much.
it is still the process, we are still in the process of finding solutions to a big problem that concerns all of us. Frustrating as it appears at this time, we will continue to push, we will continue to talk about it, we will continue to bring new perspectives to the whole problem, and we do hope that sooner than later, the problem will begin to come down. Once a problem is on the table and you to discuss it, definitely solutions will come at the middle of the road. Let me use this opportunity to thank the speaker, the lead speaker, all the discussants for their very wonderful contributions. And you, the wonderful audience, I thank you very sincerely for staying put. You have a great day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Emmanuel Akomai, and our distinguished panelists. I think that this is a very important subject matter when you realize that the country itself, our entire expectations in terms of foreign exchange earnings are anchored on this one, primarily this one product. And yet it is subjected to all manner of shocks because of corruption and the rest of them. And I think that we need to call it out. I don't know how many members of the media are here. If you're from the media, can we see your hand? If you're here from the media officially to cover this event, can we see your hand? So yes, a point that was made by one of the panelists is in regards to framing. The media has a duty to frame this conversation because it has a constitutional responsibility to hold people in office, private sector, public sector, to account. Oftentimes we have seen the media follow stories that are political and will hardly change the trajectory of our very damaged way of life. So I totally agree that we must have a media that conducts itself differently to lead a conversation around the things that matter. So for example, I want the media to take this home. I like the fact that rather than talking about crude oil theft, our media should begin to talk about crude oil trafficking. I think we need to add drama to what is going on in the Niger Delta in regards to our national commonwealth. And so I hope that going forward we're going to hear more about crude oil trafficking than crude oil theft. I hope that changes our conversation at certain levels. You will imagine where the Minister of Petroleum is cited for being an accessory to crude oil trafficking. I think that it will send a very bold message. That said, we're going to move very quickly. I have the pleasure to invite to the high table Her Excellency, back here to the stage, Her Excellency Ambassador Angela I. Nwogu. She is chairman of the board of Center for Fiscal Transparency and Integrity Watch. She's going to be chairing the next session. So welcome her with a round of applause. Do we want to spell Zimbabwe with our bodies again? Okay. Zimbabwe is too long, right? Okay. Maybe we spell Oyo. Well, anyway, thank you, Your Excellency. It's good to have you. The next session is session 7, Human Trafficking and Illegal Migration, the Economics of Human Trafficking, Examining Profitability, Money Flows, and Organized Crime Networks. Our panelists are made up of the National Agency for Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP. The representative is here. Is there somebody from NAPTIP? Okay, he's on his way. They're on their way. The Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, please let's have you up here. Thank you. Nigeria Immigration Service, anybody there? out there? Professor B.F. Okeshala. Madam Professor, can we have you as a panelist, please? Thank you. Dr. Simeon Igbinidion from the academic cycle 2. Are you here? Thank you. And Sislak, he just left the panel, the stage. Can we have him back? Civil Society Legislative Action Center. Thank you very much. So these are the panelists, and like I said, chaired by Ambassador, Her Excellency Ambassador Angela I. Nwogu. Our paper presenter is Professor P. Mudiare. Is the professor here? Where are you? There she is. Okay, welcome, Professor, with a round of applause. Another lady. The world is even better with ladies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof.
Before the presenter. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'd like to welcome the professor, Professor Mudiare, who is going to be our paper presenter. Without trying to preempt her, I think that the topic that we are going to discuss, human trafficking and illegal migration, is a very important one. And let me even refer to the last one, the one that we just had. For me, it was a very depressing topic. I don't know about the members of the audience, because it lays bare the deficiencies, the problems, the challenges, that we have in Nigeria. Human trafficking and illegal migration is another such topic. For me, personally, it is a problem which has many facets, which affects us as human beings, and which needs to be tackled without any further delay. To hint us on how grave and how serious this problem is, in 2016 alone, Nigerians accounted for 21% of the 181 migrants that arrived in Italy. And this is only in Italy. Most of these migrants that arrive in this country are mostly women and girls. And of course, we know, why they arrive in that country and in many other countries in Europe, even in countries in Africa. In Mali alone, we have over 25,000 Nigerians trapped there under illegal migration. And so this problem is a very huge one. And I'm happy that we have a distinguished presenter in the person of Professor Mudiare. I will now invite us to listen to her attentively, so that after her presentation, the distinguished panelists here will look at the paper presented and discuss it genuinely in order to profile the way forward, to profile solutions that can help in reducing the problem. I now invite you, Professor, to make your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm still an associate professor until I get my letter. Anyway, thank you for the promotion. I'll be talking on human trafficking and illegal migration. Well, we are concentrating on illegal migration because they are connected. I don't know what this picture shows us. What do they depict? Yeah? Freedom? Freedom? Bondage? That is what exactly we're talking about. The bondage. That's what unites them. So in this talk, we'll be discussing the types of trafficking, why it persists, who are the traffickers, what are the effects, the profitability of trafficking, the efforts made to combat trafficking, and the way forward. Slavery may have been abolished, but it persists and manifests in modern times in the form of human trafficking. Every year, for whatever reasons, millions of adults, men and women, as well as children,
can you be using this to be changing this now?
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying that millions of people are trafficked yearly. Yeah, we're still on the introduction. Human trafficking and illegal migration are similar in that both involve the unlawful movement of people across borders, and sometimes they are used interchangeably. But the important thing is that they take people from one part of the country to another or across borders. The international community, Nigeria inclusive, has made several efforts to combat the disease of human trafficking, but it has defied every cure and continues to plague the world till date. The Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Law Enforcement Administration Act 2005 defines trafficking as all acts and attempted acts involved in the recruitment, transportation within or across Nigeria's borders, purchases, sale, transfer, receipt, or harboring of a person involved in the use of deception, coercion, or debt bondage for the purpose of placing or holding the persons, whether for or not involuntary servitude, as domestic, sexual, or reproductive servitude, in forced or bonded labor, or in slave-like conditions. We look at some of the types of trafficking. Types of trafficking. Starting with the definition, it will come out clearly when we look at the definition by UNODC 2009, that human trafficking is the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of people. If you look at all those, it shows something unique about this trade. The bondage that victims are involved in. And like occasionally, Adenugba rightly pointed out, that human trafficking is an illegal business and a social problem at that. A social problem is one that affects a large population, large percentage of the population. It is undesirable and needs to be changed. And I dare say that human trafficking must be changed. Let's look at migration also. We're not interested in migration, but the irregular one. Because for the normal one, anybody can get their document and travel. And like the UN agency has pointed out, that it is movement or moving across an international border or within a state away from his or her habitual place of residence, regardless of one, the person's legal status, two, whether the movement is voluntary or involuntary. Thank you. Three, what the causes of the movement are. Four, what the length of the stay is. The important thing is that migration is the movement of persons away from their place of usual residence and across an international border. Irregular migration, which is what we are concerned about, is the movement of people that takes place outside the laws, regulations, or international agreements concerning the entry into or exit from the state of origin, transit, or destination. Smuggling refers to the facilitation of unauthorized entry, transit, and residence in a country. In this case, the smugglers facilitate the visa and other travel documents for the smuggled persons. And that's with the connivance of officials, some corrupt officials. Sometimes they give false reason for traveling. Maybe they are going to work, but they not tell you they are going for studies. They give them fake documents. But human trafficking proper can be compared to modern day slavery in that it involves exploitation of people through the use of force, coercion, threat, or threat of legal action against the person. Blackmail, starvation, control of finances, deception, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, human rights abuses such as debt bondage, deprivation of liberty, control over freedom and labor, sexual exploitation and all that, exploitation of their labor. The types of trafficking. The labor trafficking, we know that you traffic people to go and work. So it's a form of involuntary servitude. You can serve, not of your own volition. Two, you have the bonded labor, where the person who transports the trafficked victim takes responsibility for the transportation and the welfare of the person, but on condition that the person must pay. Everything pay back. And that means when they get to their destination, that person keeps working for the trafficker. We have sex trafficking, and this is one of the worst forms, where people are forced to prostitute. Then you have forced marriages, child trafficking. And many times you see that these people are trafficked under dehumanizing conditions, especially those who are smuggled. Many times they are smuggled under dehumanizing conditions and left to find their way through dangerous paths. Examples include trekking through forest, desert, scaling fence, being taken to the open sea and left at the mercy of the elements. We have seen cases on TV where you had migrants drowning because of the unsafe condition of the boats. If I could, can you have the video? Yeah. Well, we can just continue if we can't find it. It's about people. You see these bags. These are human beings, children inside these bags. Is it opening? Okay, let's continue. At least we can identify with this. Can you identify with this picture? What about this? These are some children from Uganda, but we can identify with them because we have such in Nigeria. And a few months ago, I was coming back from Abuja, and I saw a car crammed with children, small children, no adults. And what just came to my mind was child trafficking. So I quickly called one of my police friends. I said, "See, there's this so car. There are so many children in the vehicle. Please check." Unfortunately, by the time he responded, it had taken some time. I know the problem we have with our emergency numbers. They say, dial 8, this. Before you dial it, the person has left. So why don't we have our own emergency numbers? Like US has a 911, right? I think Britain has, is it 111? We can have our own 222 or 123. So that even a small child can dial that number in case of an emergency. I'm sure you can identify with these ones also. Our sisters. Without mentioning, you know who they are. You see the situation there, the dicey situation there. You can imagine those who cannot swim, what will happen to them if help does not come on time. All in the name of going out. They pay smugglers to get to this stage. And now look at where they've ended. Some ways through which they sneak people into other countries. In fact, I watched one video clip, and it was so pathetic. Can you imagine cramping people into a vehicle? 20 people in one car, like sardine. Sometimes in a toolbox, they put human beings, and they lay there like corpses. In one case, it was a trailer. They crammed them inside. In fact, the AC went off, and the driver didn't know. By the time the police stopped them, some of them had died of suffocation. Some hide under trailers, under train, in some compartments. Some hide under garbage containers. Can you imagine the garbage vehicle, somebody going to hide under there, one under sawdust. Imagine the health implication. There was one funny one that they made the car seat to look like a human being. And the person was inside with the metal, inside the metal, and another driver was sitting there. Fortunately, the police had this equipment for detecting sweat and heartbeat. So they were able to detect that, oh, there must be a human being behind the driver. And by the time they removed the driver came out, there was a human being sitting there. Two Nigerians some months ago described their ordeal, how they made it to Spain, inside a trailer by the tire. There was one daredevil that even hid under the landing gear. Also, I was just wondering, how did he make it? The tire could have crushed him, but God just saved him. So these are many reasons why people will risk their lives. Why would people risk their lives? There are pull factors and push factors. Yes. Mostly they'll say it's in search of greener pastures, change of environment, health benefit, job security, materialism, peer influence. Yes, those are pull factors. What of the push factors from the country? The economic situation, the insecurity, disasters, inadequate legislation to enforce and lack of enforcement of existing laws to protect them, bad leadership, corruption, oppressive regimes. So many factors that push people away from the country, and that our leaders should take note of when they push our youth out to such dangers. Not it. Who traffics? Several people are involved. It's a network. You have the financiers, the recruiters, the guides, those who facilitate, the supervisors, the men and women, including parents, sometimes are part of this ring. And in some cases, even children traffic themselves. I have a diagram adapter there. Let's move faster. I've said children traffic themselves. And how do they do this? Usually the recruiter will try to win them over. And once they get their interests and promise them jobs outside, they fall for the trap. And the trafficker now determines the route they will take. For international journeys, it is even more difficult for the victims. More difficult. Once the journey begins, there's no going back. No going back. And no choice but to remain with the traffickers. And trapped in a foreign land, sometimes not knowing the language, they are reliant 100% on the traffickers. With no identity, because sometimes the traffickers seize their documents. And so there's no way they can report to anybody. They remain trapped in that situation. In the case of these children I was just talking about, in Niger State, there's a particular community where children traffic themselves, and the parents are aware. Children will just run away. The next time they come, after maybe a year or so, they come with motorbike. They have arrived. So the other children also envy them, and they arrange on how to meet. In fact, somebody once told me she met somebody like that in the vehicle. She was going to meet the recruiter. Unfortunately, she didn't even know where she was going. She ended up in Zaria, and with nothing to do, she had to beg somebody who was selling food to help her wash plates. From there, she got used to the place, and when she became, when she thought she was of age, she went back to recruit others. Usually, they are siblings, because they want to improve their condition. Economic condition. The parents, unfortunately, don't even bother reporting once their children are missing, because they know they will come back with goodies. It's unfortunate. Despite the risk of the perilous journey by sea, by land, and other means, people are still eager to travel, especially our youth. In spite of the shame. In fact, one study conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics showed that youths were still willing, eager to travel outside the country. And their preferred ways were by road and by sea. What are those routes they take? Normally they have the destination country, they have the country of origin, they have a transit country. So all along the path, they have hubs where people know they gather, where if you want information about trafficking or people to help you, facilitators, you have those. Like those coming from Nigeria. They go through Niger, Chad, Libya, Italy, and from there to Europe. In other parts of the world, they also have their own links like that. Effects of trafficking. The first one is that of this debt bondage that keeps them perpetually in bondage. In the end, they work and work and work and nothing to show for it. They're only working for the trafficker. In one study, the victim said they got nothing at the end of it all, nothing. Rather, their education stalled. Sometimes these recruiters, these traffickers will starve them, imprison them, beat them, all in the name of subduing them. There was a case, they faced a lot of abuse. There was a case of one woman who was lactating when she left home. She left her baby. And when this Arab Oga of hers, where she was a maid, saw that she was lactating, she made her feed his puppies, breastfeed his puppies. We know of some cases on Emmanuel TV. These ladies were told they were going to give them jobs as hairdressers. And they got there, only to be invited to a room. One of them narrated her ordeal. They tied her hands backwards, and in that position, she was raped by several men. And that was her situation for years. Rape, 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 rape. And at the end, she had a womb prolapse, as the womb came out because of too much sex. And the trafficker did not even bother taking her to the hospital. She found her way to the hospital. He never bothered once coming to see her. In the end, it was some good Samaritans, Nigerians, who heard her story and helped her to escape. May God forbid this for our daughters. When they come back, they have that feeling of shame, isolation. There's this disruption of the family already. There's stigma. There's emotional trauma. Some still experience this PTSD. Depression that can even become clinical, not just the situational depression, but clinical depression, where you have to be hospitalized because it's prolonged. Sometimes they are forced to sell their children. Imagine somebody trying to sell a baby for 17,000 to me. 17,000. And I pleaded with her, don't. This baby, your only child. She didn't want to keep that baby. And I insisted I was not taking. She wanted to travel Lagos. She wanted to leave the baby for me. I said, no way, carry your baby. Today, she's proud of that baby. Thank God that she did not sell the baby. But many are doing that. Children are also made to beg. And in the end, what is there for them? It is a lost scenario for the victims of trafficking or survivors, but a win-win situation for the perpetrators. Who benefits? It's a trafficker. Yes, they make billions. We are told about 150 billion annually is made from trafficking. Second only to drug abuse, drug trafficking. And who are those who get the money? Is the traffickers, not the trafficked. And we are told it's the most lucrative endeavor after drug trafficking. It is a case that even as these perpetrators keep on making their millions, it is at the expense of these hapless victims. In all this, it is a case of monkey they walk, babu they chop. Yes. What are some of the efforts to tackle trafficking? We want to appreciate the effort of Dr. Mrs. Tito Abubakar, who initiated this what left. She brought awareness about this issue, and through her instrumentality, this NAPTIP was born. We also have other laws that came out of that to tackle the menace. And this is an offshoot of previous laws that were there. For example, the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the 1998 ILO Declaration the 1998 ILO Declaration on the Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, the 1999 ILO, International Labour Organization Convention on the Elimination of Worst Forms of Child Labor, and this other one, the popular one, the Palermo Protocol, that seeks to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. In conclusion, before we go, can we have this film, if it will show? It's a true story. Will it show? Will it show? It won't show. Too bad. Wow. We have identified trafficking as a major problem, more so among poorer nations. Sorry. we identify some of the challenges. The nonchalant attitude towards trafficking, border security, disunity among the people, security challenges. And when we talk about security challenges, we're looking at all forms of security: food security, health security, economic security, personal security, community security, environmental security, and all other forms of security. Do we have these in Nigeria? These are push factors that make our youth go out. The youths that are our hope are being neglected. What is in store for them? What is the future of the bedrock of development, which is education in Nigeria? In the future, will education be accessible to all? Will it be accessible to the poor? You are told you'll be given loan, 500,000. And who will sign for you? Somebody's level 12, right? Which poor man has a friend that will be willing to do that? Which of you here will be willing to sign such? It means that the children of the masses are at risk. And that means we cannot stop this problem of trafficking, because people must innovate. They will look for ways to make it in life. Where the leaders have eaten the food and left the crumbs for the children, what do you expect? And that's why I'm recommending, 1, that we improve our border security. 2, raise awareness. Let there be sensitization campaigns. And not just sensitization, but conscientization. You sensitize, you raise awareness, and action. Back it up with action. Make known cases visible. We hear, yes, this person has been caught, this person has been caught. People don't know much about this thing. Let us see real life situations. And I appeal to those who are in charge, please make these cases visible. Enforce the laws. And one other practical suggestion I want to make is that we have places, offices in every community where we can report suspected cases of trafficking. And those places should be visible and accessible, with trained personnel in those who know how to detect signs of abuse and signs of trafficking. Next, organize trainings periodically for the public. Next, we say the emergency numbers. Please, those who are in charge, work on those emergency numbers. 222 for Nigeria, or 123. And I dare to say no to corruption and make your leadership, our leadership, accountable. No play bargain. I'm against play bargain. A situation where you will, the criminal is not punished, rather is glorified. So when you glorify crime, what do you think? Will it stop? Don't think it will not stop. So no play bargain. All I can urge us to do, my dear, especially our children, is to be patriotic. Be proud of your nation, your country. Nigeria is a blessed country. Go outside, travel around. You will appreciate who we are as a people. And let's not lose sight of that. And wherever you are, wherever Nigerians are, we stand out. Yes, we stand out. Outside the country, you see the Nigerians making it. We can also make it in this country. There is hope. With God, we can make it. I urge everybody to do their own parts, their own little bit. Just like the story of the small bird. The elephant saw the bird with its hands, little hands up. He said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Haven't you heard? They said the sky is going to fall down. And everybody should do their bit to stop the sky from falling down." And there was a caption, "Everyone according to his own ability." So according to your own ability, let's join hands together and stop trafficking in human beings.
Thank you very much, our erudite presenter, Professor Mujari. Her paper has been very comprehensive. She gave us the definition of human trafficking in all its ramifications. She talked about the methods of smuggling and trafficking, and why human trafficking and illegal migration persist. She also talked about the traffickers and the routes they use, effects of trafficking, profitability of trafficking. And when discussing this, she informed us that human trafficking is only second to drug trafficking in terms of profitability. She also mentioned efforts to tackle the menace. She referred us to the legal framework that is available, the formation of NAPTIP, which I believe happened in 2003, and the NAPTIP Act. We also have international legal instruments like the Palermo Convention, which she also mentioned. In her conclusion, she informed us that this problem is a major one, not just in Nigeria, but in many other countries, especially in poorer nations. And she blamed it on the nonchalant attitude of both law enforcement and the citizens themselves. The lack of social security, the lack of security, as she put it, in many spheres of life in Nigeria and in these poorer countries that she referred to. And she asked us, what is the future of education? And she wanted to know whether the poor man's children would be educated in the future. And that is something, that we should all think about. And she made suggestions. And she said border security should be strengthened. There should be awareness and conscientization. I like that term. It's not just awareness creation, but we should, have this in our consciences, so that when we see it happening, we feel it. Because human trafficking is an organized crime, that dehumanizes human beings. It takes away the dignity of the human being. We listen to the dehumanizing conditions under which people are trafficked. The routes, when they go to Libya, for instance, those of them that want to go to Europe, they spend years in Libya under slavish conditions. Some of them, stay there in order to raise the money to take the dinghies across the Mediterranean. The dinghies are these makeshift boats into which traffickers load human beings. And most of the time, these dinghies get punctured because they are made of rubber, inflated rubber. And very easily they can be punctured. And once they are punctured, the air is released and everybody is at risk. Thousands of migrants, including Nigerians, have lost their lives in the Mediterranean. She made other suggestions that the authorities should make the cases visible so that other Nigerians will see what fellow Nigerians go through when they attempt, these hazardous journeys. And she said places to report, should be made available in a way that citizens will know that when they identify or suspect cases of trafficking, they can easily make their reports. It's unfortunate that we don't have a representative here from NAPTIP, because I know that NAPTIP, has a... Do we have a representative from NAPTIP? No, okay. Because NAPTIP has worked hard in this direction. They have established, places where, you can make reports. They also have rehabilitation centers for victims and similar, efforts. She suggested we develop an emergency number, which is very good, so that people can know this number and can, make a call or place a call when they suspect that these problems are happening. And she doesn't want plea bargain, because she says plea bargain sort of elevates, the criminal. And then finally she said we should all be patriotic. Well, but in terms of illegal migration, there's a study by an indigenous poll company in Nigeria called NOI Polls. It says that 73% of Nigerian youth are willing to leave Nigeria. This is something that should be of concern to all of us. And in the rural areas in Nigeria, you find that there are less and less number of people. A UN-aided report suggested that only about 22% of Nigerians live in their rural areas, which means over 70% of Nigerians have either gone to the urban areas or have left Nigeria. This has implications for the economy, for agriculture, and for the well-being of the citizens of the country. Unemployment at the end of 2020 rose to 33%. I'm sure it's much higher now. These are some of the push-pull factors which have been referred to. And so, distinguished panelists, this is an important topic. I would like to now invite you, one after the other, to give your perspective, to this important topic, and profile solutions, that can be followed in order to reduce this menace. Because as we can see, in spite of all the efforts that government has made, in spite of all the international conventions and protocols, the problem is still there. The problem is still there. What should we do? I start with Mr. Simeon Ibinedion. Please, you're coming from the academia. Give us your perspective on this problem and what you think, can be done in order to reduce it.
Thank you, ma'am. I will first of all start by thanking the organizers for kindly inviting me to this session. I appreciate. The problem, the paper presenter has given us the facts and the statistics. There are so many, and it's actually pathetic. There are so many reasons you could adduce for there being human trafficking. So many reasons, including ignorance. Ignorance of the parents and of those who are offering themselves for trafficking. Of course, she mentioned that you will need conscientization. And I will add that we also need propagandization. So, that said, my main focus is on, I want to speak to the issues of the economy and the law. Economically, I want to speak in two folds. One, having to do with the exogenous factors, that is external factors, and also the internal factors, the endogenous factors. Now, the economy, we know the economy as it is right now. Nigeria has become the capital of the poorest of the poor. Over 133 million Nigerians are poor, below poverty line. That is a fact. And we know that in Nigeria, it will appear as if the government, the efforts that the government is making are not really yielding results. It will appear as if the government is compounding the conditions. For example, during COVID-19, the economy was hard on everybody. And there was the talk about palliatives and all that. The government received funds from within and from outside the country. But those palliatives were not distributed equitably. They were distributed supposedly through political jobbers. They didn't get to the citizens. Secondly, you had, prior to the 2023 general elections, you had the Naira redesign policy, cashless policy, so to speak, and it actually disempowered so many. Many people were out of business. because there was no cash to run their businesses. Now, quite recently, we have the removal of the full-blown removal of the fuel subsidy without any safety net. Everybody is now on his own or her own. So the signs of poverty are there. They are very clear. Nigerians are poor. Now, when you are poor, what happens? We remember what Karl said. Karl talks about the relationship between the substructure and the superstructure. That the substructure, your economic substructure is your base. It is the substructure, your economic power, that determines the superstructure. Whatever you talk about, whatever you do, whatever you can acquire. And also that your material being determines your social consciousness. If you are not materially okay, and if you cannot satisfy your basic necessities of life, food, clothing, and shelter, then your consciousness does not count. The issues of conscience will not come there, will not be available. And of course, you know what Niccolo Machiavelli said, that the end justifies the means. When the human being does not have any means of survival, what happens? You have to strategize. Look for ways to get out of the country. For example, people leave the country, it's not really because they want to leave the country, but the times are hard. They have to survive. And of course, this Japa syndrome is still part of it anyway, although there's an element of voluntariness there. But for those who are being trafficked, it is the economy. And once you have that kind of economy, and the government appears not to be doing anything about it, and even recently there were the issues of distribution of palliatives. And still the same thing, they funnel these palliatives through political jobbers. They didn't get to those who really need the money. That is at the domestic level. Then at the economic level, I recognize that you have the structure, the superstructure, the economic superstructure that affects the global south. The global north has put in place the international economic order for their benefit to the detriment of the global south. All efforts at the WTO to change the narrative has proved abortive. And the international institutions, financial institutions are put in place to do the bidding of the global north to the disadvantage of the global south. That is what is happening. And it simmers down to perpetrate the poverty that we have in the global south. And specifically, I talk about illicit financial flows. Multinational companies operating in most part of the global south, they are involved in corruption, they are involved in tax evasion, tax avoidance, they are trade-based money laundering. And these assets are relocated abroad to developed countries. And of course, we have to talk about the grand corruption as well. We are all afflicted, haunted by the element of grand corruption. Professor Indiva calls it economic genocide or patrimonicide. So elites, political elites, they loot, they plunder our resources, our commonwealth, and they cut them away to foreign countries. And efforts to recover them are have proved abortive by and large, despite the fact that there is the existence of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, 2003, to which over 140 states are state parties. Not much resources are being recovered, with the few exceptions of the US, the UK, and Switzerland. For example, Abacha is reputed to have stolen $4 to $5 billion. How much did we receive at the end of the day? Just a little over $1 billion. How about the rest? We lost them. And also, specifically on the legal angle, I like to state that the law, the Trafficking in Persons Act, has done much. And NAMTIP is actually doing so many things in the right direction, but there is a lacuna there that I see. And that is that human trafficking is driven by profit motivation. So the NAMTIP has recorded some convictions, but there is no mention of a situation where the assets of these persons, these offenders, these convicts are being traced. We need to recover them through criminal process or through civil process. So we have to disempower them, and we use those resources to fund the rehabilitation of the victims of this trafficking. And also, having to do with the law, what do you do about the legal regulation? And effectively, it is quite difficult to convict if you don't have evidence, to convict these offenders on the basis of the law. For example, if you cannot prove they are guilty beyond reasonable doubt, you cannot convict them. But that notwithstanding, the legal paradigm now is that it is possible, even if you don't even interdict those offenders, you trace their assets. Wherever they are, whether within the country or outside the country, if you trace their assets and you recover the assets, that would be a good bargain for us. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. You talked about exogenous and endogenous factors, you know, and the situation of the economy and how it has affected people. When people don't have means of livelihood, they become desperate and they can, you know, take unreasonable steps. You talked about grand corruption, and then you talked about what NAPTIP has done, and but the fact that they do not, there's no forfeiture of assets of convicted traffickers. And you have suggested something that I would call forfeiture for rehabilitation. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Ibrahim Disse, you're from the NFIU.
Yes.
Okay. You listened to the last contributor and the suggestions he has made. Since your organization deals with the gathering of information from within and without, you know, the country, can you talk to us about how easy it is, you know, to even trace the assets of these traffickers in order for us to be able to, you know, make them forfeit them and to be able to use them for the benefit of the victims? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you again for having me up here for the second time. I will speak from the perspective of the financial flows associated with trafficking of persons, as well as migrant smuggling. At the FIU, we attempt to understand the financial behaviors of trafficking groups by first understanding the structure. What is the structure of these trafficking groups? We have come to say that there are organizers who are mostly madams, in quote. We have recruiters. There are intermediaries, as well as enforcers, each with their unique transaction behaviors. I give an example. Early 2021, it's unfortunate the NAPTIP representatives are not here, but working with them and with regard to domestic trafficking, and I need to mention this, that trafficking in persons, the percentage of trafficking in persons that occur domestically is much, much higher with respect to Nigerians that are trafficked abroad. All right. So the transaction pattern that we noticed based on the work we did with NAPTIP, just looking at their, transaction history, account statement, we're able to see how recruiters move based on how they access financial services, how they move from suburban areas, largely in the southeast, all right, to urban areas in the southwest. So we see movement from suburban areas in those regions are largely done by recruiters. moving to the urban areas in the southwest is associated with the organizers. All right. And NAPTIP was able to use this to carry out further arrests, prosecution, and asset freezing. Yes, they do. It may not be as large as we expect, but they do. That is with relation to trafficking in persons. And at the FIU, we concentrate more in domestic trafficking. Now, as it relates to migrant smuggling, between 2021, that is post-COVID, we noticed a spike in international money transfer remittances from GCC countries. By that I mean the Middle East countries. And we attempted to make meaning out of what we were seeing, MTOs. And we realized that a larger percentage of these remittances were coming from individuals trafficked for forced labor in those countries. And you see the transaction patterns coming to the organizers. The organizers who are largely or mostly based in Nigeria. And what did we do? Just last week here on Thursday, we had a meeting with our counterparts in Bahrain, the Bahraini FIU, where we bring to the table what we're seeing from that country. The FIU to FIU relationship is largely informal, so it enables us to discuss more, to talk more. All right. And we've had several of those interactions with other GCC countries. I mean the Middle Eastern countries, where they immediately trigger any transaction that is Nigerian bound, no matter how small. They immediately flag it as a suspicious transaction, suspicion, that enabled us to carry out further analysis, and the results are usually, shared with NAPTIP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is consoling to learn from you now that NAPTIP is actually doing asset freezing. Yeah, that is something very nice, and it should be continued, and there should be forfeiture of these assets when we are sure, about the illegal nature, of the assets, so that the victims can be helped. Now, moving on, I would like immigration. Oh, very good, immigration. Thank goodness you're here, because most of these issues, revolve around you. In the first half of this year alone, over 10,000 Nigerians jackpot to Canada. Okay? Mm-hmm. While we're busy jackpotting, as it were, other countries are finding Nigeria, very conducive. For instance, the Lebanese community, they have at least 75,000 citizens here in Nigeria. The Chinese have at least 40,000. And they seem to be doing well. So my question to you, is there something extraordinarily good in Nigeria which these other countries have found out, which we Nigerians are yet to find out? And how do we find it out, please? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, the organizers of this program. I want to say that the lectures was elaborate, and having come from immigration service, Maybe to give an answer to your question.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes. There is a technology that some of these foreigners have that it seems some Nigerians don't have to exploit it here. Let me give an example. We were mandated to go to Zamfara to remove the illegal migrants in Zamfara state. Knowing the terrain and the nature of banditry, we had to liaise with the state government and all security agencies, with the military and the police as the lead agencies. What we discovered was that the crude way of mining is what our people do, but the refining aspect of it is mostly done by especially people from Burkina Faso. So you can see, for us to go and remove these people from Burkina Faso that have the expertise to sieve those materials for sales was a very difficult task. And when we make effort to, because we had the backing of immigration alone, couldn't have done anything without the military and the police, the DSS. But we discovered that anywhere we want to go, there will be an informant from amongst us, and you will go there, they will not be there. Instead of working in the daytime, they will prefer to work in the night. And when you go there in the daytime, you meet nobody. Mostly people you will see, they are Nigerians. They will be digging, and you cannot remove the Nigerian, you cannot stop him. And so those people that have the expertise will come to do their work after you are gone. So some of these people that are coming here, they have some technology that they deploy here, which our people don't have. That's why they are coming. And most of our people that move out, sometimes it may not be as if they have special technology to go. Mostly it's to just go there and do some civil service work. That is what they do. Apart from those that are professional, that are doctors, maybe lawyers. But many others, they go there to just do some menial jobs. So that is the reason why most of these people, you see them preferring to remain here and even die here. You will remove them. The next day, they are coming back. So, but those that have actually offended the law of the country, and maybe they are repatriated, repatriation, we block the person for about 2 years. After the 2 years, they come back. When, if it is deportation, they are deported. After 10 years, they come back. But sometimes, some of these people, they will still find their way back to the country through the airports, collaboration. So, and they come in. So when we get such people, the service has the duty to inform the Minister of Interior, the Honorable Minister, to give us a mandate to remove the person again. So that is the aspect you ask. But in the case of trafficking, which is the main topic, you see, the trafficking is 2 ways. Nigerians go out, they bring them back. Immediately they bring them back, we keep the passports, we block them for 5 years. But I have been in investigation for 10 years, so experience revealed that some people tell them to go, immediately they are released, we release them to NAPTIP. Those that are TIPs, we release them to TIP. If he says, oh, other people, mature people, we just block them. They will just go and get that passport reissued, that it is lost. Meanwhile, the passports are in our custody. And it's still our system that help them. Yeah. They can change them. They will go to the police and report that they've lost their passport, and they'll give them police extract. They will go to the court. Court will give them affidavit, and they'll come back to immigration. And because of the fingerprint, that's where we used to get some of them. But our own officers too, because of their personal interest, they have finger bypass so that they'll be able to get another one. So it's a systemic problem that we need to discuss on how to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This adds salt to the injury. Wow. So we have insider action, we have sabotage, within the services. And we also need more collaboration between the services, because one service cannot do it alone. Thank you very much. Professor Shola. First of all, thank you for your paper of earlier today. Now, we'd like you to give your perspectives, to the two issues we're discussing. Human trafficking. Being a woman, how do you see it? What effect do you think human trafficking, especially, will have on the family, on the larger society? Especially as we have been told of the involvement of parents. The presenter mentioned how parents are involved. In some cases, it is the parents who traffic their own children. They hand over their children to traffickers, for pittance. So what are your perspectives? And then also on illegal migration. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, the moderator. The first thing I'll say is that human trafficking is modern-day slavery. It is an organized crime, and there are so many people involved. The issue of human trafficking, people lay more emphasis on those who travel out. But there are more inside, and they suffer more, because we have this issue of rural trafficking. There is urban to rural, there is rural to urban, and there is urban. All these ones are within, and these people are suffering in silence. Now the parents, some of these parents, they fall under deception, because some of these people, they go to them and tell them that they want to better their lives. Since they are poor, then they would like to educate their children, but this is deception. And so sometimes, because they so believe in them, and those people that normally approach them, they are relations, so they are less likely to suspect that they are going to use them for something else. So they trust them, and then at the end of the day, their trust are being betrayed. Now, another thing is that when we talk of this trafficking, it's not all cases that are deception. Some of them are trafficked because of deception. But there are those who actually traffic themselves. They submitted themselves to be trafficked because they want the good things of life, and they believe that Nigerians, there's poverty, high level of unemployment, and so they want to make it better. And especially, there is this issue in Benin. They believe that some of those fancy houses, they are owned by those that have been trafficked before, and they have made it. So some parents will say, see your life. You see this person, what are you using your body for? So sometimes parents actually encourage their wards to go into that. Now, for the society, it gives bad image. And because of the activities of some of these people, even when you are going out for a genuine reason, once you hold a green passport, you are subjected to various things because they believe that everybody is the same. And it is not true. It is just the activities of few people that actually make the country look bad. But we are great people in Nigeria. And I believe if the issue of corruption among the security agencies, if they are curtailed, because they are also aiding and they also abet in human trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. And then moving on to Mr. Rafsanjani of CISLAC. You are from the civil society, and our greatest weapon is advocacy. At the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Integrity Watch, we also use a lot of advocacy. Now, how do you think we can apply advocacy more effectively, to change the trajectory in order to reduce these two menacing crimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. We all agree that this is a very, very fundamental problem that we must confront to deal with. So the first thing that I will advocate is that we need to reactivate the National Orientation Agency, because the National Orientation Agency, if it does its work, it will have helped to change the mindset and the impression, the wrong impression that many Nigerians are having that when you japa, your life is good. I can assure you that virtually whether Europe, America, Britain you go, Nigerians that have struggled to go there will be begging you for money. Every day I face this from the people that are living in abroad. So which means that they did not get even proper information, and they were probably working very well in Nigeria, and they sold up all their properties, the Japan, and when they get there, that is the beginning of the trouble that we will face. So I think National Orientation Agency need to be activated in order to bring the right information to citizens. Migration is not illegal, but let it be a regular migration. If you have reason to travel and migrate, follow the due process, do it in a decent way, not the one that I see. If you go to New York, as I speak to you now, there are many Nigerians and Ghanaians that have traveled by road or by sea to America. They are sick, they are there. If you like, go to Bronx, they are there, languishing. Many of them die on the process. I once interviewed some girls in Europe, and they told me that out of about 20 that they left, only 5 of them survived, and the 5, they are still in trauma. So it is a very terrible business that is happening. Secondly, domestically here, whether we like it or not, I think parents must take responsibility. Government must do something. You cannot be producing children that you cannot take care of. You bring children, you throw them, on the street, and they have become Boko Haram, they have become bandits, they have become everything. Even in this Abuja, if you dare move around in the evening, they will collect your phone, they will collect your bag, they will stab you. Right now, one of my staff, they stabbed him, he's in the hospital. They collected his phone, collect the money, and stab him. Because these are children who have not been cared up, who are not properly brought up, and you keep on producing them.
Please,
so I think,
please round up.
Okay.
That was abrupt. Thank you so much. Yes, the National Orientation Agency is very key. There should be become more functional. This problem is so big. We don't have enough time to discuss it in all its ramifications. And we would have loved to give a chance to the audience to make comments, and maybe also to our dear presenter, to give closing remarks, but time does not permit that. And so I'll just thank the panelists, for a job well done, and our presenter for such a comprehensive outlay on the topic. Thank you, audience, for your patience.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Madam Chairman, Chairperson, for this exciting session. And thank you, Speaker, Madam Speaker, Professor. Thank you, panelists. I think they deserve another round of applause, right? Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Now I always tell people I'm a Democrat. Come read. I'm a Democrat, and wherever I go, I export democracy. I am not like the professor who declared his assets or liabilities, you like, as a dictator. Thank God he's gone now. So now lunch is ready. And I want us to do a democracy. If you look at your program, we have 2 sessions to go. The program indicates that we should do this last one session, do lunch, and come back for the final session. But there is a school of thought that is saying we should do all two and go for lunch. There's yet another school of thought that is of the view that we should go for lunch now. Aha, democracy. And for me, it made sense because coffee breaks was before even this event started today. So people are tired and hungry. So by the powers vested on me, it's lunchtime. That's democracy. Yes. So organizers, are we ready for lunch? I'm asking you, so I don't want you guys to go there and just struggle. Is food ready? 2 minutes. That's 120 seconds. I'm counting now. So in 120 seconds, lunch will be ready. But I think it's good that we can stand up, stretch, but please, can we do lunch very business-like, come back and take the last 2 sessions? And as usual, give consideration to our elders to have food ahead of us younger people. Well, I'm an old person for the sake of food. Thank you very much. So we come back here at 3:05. 3:05, we'll start this.